I'm the assistant ag fieldman and plus the extension guy. Basically trying to figure out the role here and figure out the people that live in this municipality, right? So it's a little different. I spent 15 years in Lethbridge County as the extension person there, and had lots of fun up there. Learned a heck of a lot. And all these speakers that we have here today are going to be people that I've been associated with for the last 16, 17, 18 years or more, unfortunately for them, right? So, but anyway, I'm here and I'm loud, I'm proud, and you know, if you guys need anything, just shout out, okay? So I'll let Kevin get going, and I think we'll go from there. So let's welcome Kevin, please.
Thanks, Dwayne, and thanks for inviting me. I've got about 200 slides. We'll go pretty quick, but my presentation today is more on seasonal feeding and bedding sites. I'll talk a little bit what the NRCB does, who we are, but I'm not going to focus on seasonal feeding and bedding sites. Seasonal feeding and bedding sites usually impact cow-calf operations. So it'll really focus this, I know this is cow-calf country down here, so we're going to focus on that. Some of the requirements in the legislation for cow-calf operations, if you're seasonal feeding and bedding those sites. If you have any questions, put your hand up to the presentation. It's easier that way than at the end and say, go back to slide 5, and then you get to see my technical skills. I'm going to try to go through all the slides. Let's see, we start right here.
Well, what do you see there? Is it able to see this, Kevin?
Screen there.
Sorry? What are we doing here?
Click once.
Oh, sorry.
Now does it work?
There you go.
There we go.
And that's why we have Tim here today. Tim has more talents than anybody I know, right? So,
No, I just had everything go wrong.
yeah, but see, experience is everything, let me tell you. Thank you, Tim.
Okay, thanks. So who's the NRCB? We're a regulatory body, and we're under the Ministry of Agriculture and our Environment and Protected Areas. And we implement 2 types of regulations. The Natural Resources Conservation Board Act, which is non-energy projects, recreational projects, irrigation projects, you know, the spring bank, the flood diversion, that was us that approved that project. The last one is the Agricultural Operation Practices Act, and that's the act of the regulation of confined feeding operations in the province. That's what I'll focus on today. So what do? We do 2 things under the Agricultural Operation Practices Act. One is we process permit applications for confined feeding operations. So if you want to build a feedlot, you want to build a dairy, you come to us for a permit. The act came into effect on January 1st of 2002. So prior to that, you would go to the county and ask the county for a development permit to build your CFO. Since after 2002, now you come to us for a permit application to build it. Also, compliance and enforcement, that's my department. And in there, we respond to complaints, 844 last year. So we do get a lot of complaints across the province. We also follow to make sure people are following the regulations, you're applying your manure properly. And when you do get a permit, there will be conditions in that permit, and we follow up to make sure you're in compliance with those conditions. And then we always have some sort of proactive inspection program where we just randomly select and inspect confined feeding operations across the province. Okay, so it all starts with the definition of a confined feeding operation. So you can read it there. Basically, if you have animals enclosed and you're feeding them, you're a confined feeding operation. What that definition does, it exempts seasonal feeding and bedding sites. So seasonal feeding and bedding sites are not considered confined feeding operations. So just some examples of a seasonal feeding and bedding site. The act then goes on to say a seasonal feeding and bedding site is an overwintering site where livestock are sheltered and fed over the winter months. It doesn't tell me what the winter months are, what's that duration. It doesn't tell me what's meant by being fed and sheltered. So in there, we have a policy that we use. And in our policy, you know, the live overwintering it's a common term in the livestock industry, but it really has no meaning for us as a regulatory body. So what we take overwintering is it's a period of time where grazing animals cannot graze. They have to be substance fed because they can't graze. They can't graze because it's too cold. It's too cold. There's no new grass growing. There's too much snow. It's during that period that they cannot graze. That's what we consider as an overwintering period. So when we talk about seasonal feeding and bedding sites, there's kind of three main types that we look at. One is done on pasture or cropland. The second one, and that's usually cow-calf. There's very little infrastructure with those. It's a barbed wire fence. It's down in a coulee. It's out in a pasture beside some facilities. The other one is in pens or corrals, and those would be calving pens, weaning pens. And then the last one is seasonal feeding and bedding sites that are adjacent to an already existing CFO. And I'll touch base on that a little bit later on. So just an example, this is an example, it's out by Tabor. You know, it's early winter, the livestock there's no new grass coming, so they're being substance fed just by unrolling bales for them in the winter months. No real infrastructure, it's all barbed wire fence. There's no shelter or anything. This would be more typical here where it's on cropland, it's on pasture land. There's a little bit of infrastructure, there's some shelter there. There's some stock water, they're still being fed on the ground. Those animals are out there during the winter months. Again, just a few more examples, getting a little more infrastructure, got some steel fencing there to protect the bales and to provide some shelter. There's some fencing in the back, those rolled corrals where they could do processing or whatever. And there's a water source in there. And then, you get into the typical one, which would be probably typical in this area where you have crop or pasture land adjacent to your main facilities. The animals, you unroll bales out there for the animals to go out there and eat, but the animals come back into some type of a facility for shelter, for processing, and for their water source. And it's not just cattle. I've seen it with sheep. I've also seen it down by Brooks. There's a lady there doing swine on seasonal feeding bedding. Those are the grazing animals. So in 2013, after the act came into effect in 2002. In 2013, the Deputy Minister of Agriculture kind of provided some clarity to us, and he said seasonal feeding or cow-calf operations are not considered seasonal feeding and bedding sites. Are considered seasonal feeding and bedding sites and not CFOs. Therefore, they do not require a permit from the NRCB for those facilities. If those facilities are being operated as a seasonal feeding and bedding site, you don't require a permit from the NRCB, but you must still operate those according to seasonal feeding and bedding regulations in the Act and according to our policy. So if we have to define a cow-calf operation, a typical or a pure cow-calf operation, you've got pregnant lactating cows, you've got replacement heifers, bulls, replacement bulls, cull cows, and freshly weaned calves. And we'll talk about the weaned calves a little later on, but that's what we consider a typical cow-calf operation. And here's a typical seasonal feeding and bedding site. Down in the bottom of a coulee, you get some protection. There's a water source there. They're being fed there. There's a little bit of shelter there. Those are the ones that we wanted, watch that we limit the impact of the environment, but those are kind of the ones that you see most frequently. And again, we want to limit any runoff from those facilities and impacting any kind of common body of water. So the Act kind of says that if you're going to have those facilities down in those kind of environment, you have to locate that seasonal feeding and bedding site at least 30 meters from any common body of water. So a common body of water is basically a body of water that crosses two land titles. So if you have a slough on your property that goes from your property to your neighbor's property, another neighbor's property, that's a common body of water. If it's a slough that's solely contained on your property, has no outflow, that's not considered a common body of water. So again, 30 meters back. This is just a visual diagram to show what that looks like. So you can see the common body of water goes across multiple lands, goes to the neighbor's land, and the 30-meter setback where you're feeding and bedding those cattle. We do recognize that sometimes 30-meter setback you can't do it. Either you've had a site that's been there long term, or just the environment, the physical environment that you're in doesn't allow that setback. So the Act does provide two options. So if you're closer than 30 meters to that common body of water, you have two options. One is you can put a ditch or a berm in to intercept any runoff that's coming from that seasonal feeding and bedding site to that water body. So the runoff from the site hits the berm and is diverted away from the water body. The other option is to remove the manure and bedding pack that's accumulated there over the winter, to another a safer location before runoff event even happens. Again, just a visual of that shows the two types, the diversion or the berm interceptor, and then you can remove that manure to a safer location. This one here is just a little more detailed, but you'll notice at the top, there's a diversion ditch. And everybody always asks, well, why is the diversion ditch upslope of the seasonal feeding and bedding site? Because upslope of that, there could be trees, there could be a lot of snow, and in spring melt, all that water is going to come down that slope and go right through your site. And if you have to build a berm to contain all the runoff from your little site there, plus all the upslope, you can't do it. So a lot of guys will put a diversion in to take that run, we call it run-on water, it's clean, around their site, let that one go down into the common body of water, and they only got to contain the runoff from their little area where their seasonal feeding bedding site is. Okay, so what about calving facilities? You know, we talked about the cropland and the forage ones. Now we're getting more into the ones that are typically have corrals where you're calving in. Again, those do not require a permit as long as they're operated as a seasonal feeding and bedding site. They have those components that I listed of a cow-calf operation. You know, you have your cows, your bulls, your replacement heifers, your sick, your lame, your lazy on those. And then during the grazing season, they're not being used. So when grass is available, everything's gone, and there's nothing in those facilities. So in our policy, we kind of have a baseline, and we call it the bookends, and we use July 1st, September 15th. In that time frame, we've determined that it doesn't matter where you are in Alberta, cattle can graze. It doesn't matter whether you're south or you're in the north, but in that time period, you can graze. So if people are confining animals during that date, you're a CFO. If you're outside of that date, then we look at your local area. So we see when's grass available in your area. And the main source of that is we would go to the local grazing reserves and see what the take in and take out dates are for that area. And we would say, okay, maybe in Warner, maybe it's June 14th to October 10th or something. And so we would say to you, okay, during that time period, your cattle should be grazing. They shouldn't be locked up in pens. And that's what we would use if we get a complaint, or if somebody wants to know whether they need a permit, we would look at that to see, do you have animals contained in those facilities during that grazing period? Okay, so this is an operation, a small cow-calf operation, you know, has pens for processing, sheds, open front sheds for calving, has a calving barn, has a pasture area where the cattle are kind of fed until they calve or come back out. That whole facility doesn't require a permit from the NRC. It's considered seasonal feeding bedding because in the summer, there's no animals there. Now, as cow-calf operations get bigger, so this is the 10,000 head cow-calf operation up by northern Alberta. That H barn is a calving barn. So, and they weren't quite done building these pens, but all these pens are calving pens. Now you're saying, hey, that looks like a feedlot to me. But again, it can have permanent infrastructure as long as animals aren't there during the summer. It's only a cow-calf operation. They don't need a permit for that size of a facility. And just to, you know, this is after it's done. Concrete bunks, steel fence, slab fence, looks just like a feedlot. Permanent water bowls, permanent feed alleys, permanent sort alleys. Every pen had a shelter too for calving. But in the summer, there's nothing there. But all winter, they're calving 10,000 head of cows out. So there's a whole bunch of different types of operations, and just by looking at them, it's hard to tell. It comes down to the management of it. So sometimes we'll get a complaint saying, oh, well, he's doing this. Well, it's the management of it. It may look like a feedlot, but it's cow-calf pairs. During the summer, there's nothing there. So that would not require a permit. Okay, so another question I get, what about my wean calves? So what can I do with my wean calves? If you wean your calves in the fall and you confine them in pens over the winter months, you don't need a permit for that. So let's say I bring my cows in October, I wean my calves off, I take those calves, I put them in a pen, and I confine feed them for when, however, either I want to precondition them and I'm going to sell them before I start calving again, or I'm going to precondition them and I'm going to put them on grass. Those can be in a pen and confined all winter, and you don't need a permit for it. The thing to remember is, if I have 500 cows and it's been a good year, I got 500 calves, I can only have 500 calves confined in there. It has to, your cow number has to meet your calf number. You can't say I got 500 cows, but I got 1,500 calves in here. As soon as you start purchasing calves, then you go into a gray area and you require a permit. Okay, now the last one is just CFO or a seasonal feeding and bedding site beside confined feeding operation. So we will see it up around the Pitcher Butte area where you'll have a big feedlot and they'll say, you know what, I want to seasonally feed. I want to just feed some calves during the winter. I know I got a 10,000 head feedlot, but I want to seasonally feed some calves. So we've got a lot of requests to do that because it's just overwintering. But if we have to make sure it's not just an expansion of the feedlot. So if operators want to do that, there's very strict requirements. It's a totally different management system, and you have to prove that. There can't be any permanent infrastructure. It has to be annually cropped, and it can't be used when grass is available. So this is one that an operator we have out by Pitcher Butte. So in the fall, he'll put all those posts in, set up the electric fence, and he'll buy feeder calves and put in that area. Due to his proximity to the town, we allowed him to put bales around it because those freshly weaned calves coming into that area have no respect for that electric fence. And they were getting out and running through the town. So for safety, we allowed him to put bales around. But during the winter, he uses those bales up. And then, probably by now, all the bales are gone as the calves learn to respect that electric fence. Portable bunks, that's one of the requirements. They have to have 360-degree feeding, so there can't be any fence line feeding. So they put these bunks in, and then as the manure builds up and the feed truck can't get close, they just pick them up and move them across the footprint. This is about 70 acres, this site here. Then in the summer, that's what it looks like. Everything has to be taken down. The only thing that's left there, and in the background, so over to my left here, there's an 8,500 head feedlot. So these animals can go into a pen for water. There's a water bowl there, but that's it. And then in the summer, it's all tore down. So this operator, he'll grow barley silage on here. He'll take the barley silage off. They'll grow some kind of winter perennial. So the animals have something to graze. You'll put them in there through the winter. And then, I think in another 3 weeks, he'll have everything tore down. He'll start scraping up all the manure, and then he gets ready to seed it. So that's allowed, but there's very strict requirements on doing that. And just in our policy, there's a bunch of publications in the back too, if you want. Just our policy kind of walks through. Remember I talked about that July 1st to September 15th date? If you're confined feeding in that time period, you're automatically a CFO. Then it comes down, if you're cow calf and you're not, the facility is not being used during the grazing period, then you're automatically a seasonal feeding and bedding. When we get down into this adjacency stuff, then there gets to be more and more factors that have to be, more management has to be, because we're not just using seasonal feeding bedding to expand the feedlot. And just a couple more things about the act. There is requirements for spreading manure. So there's manure incorporation. There's setback distances when you apply your manure. If you're producing more than 500 tons and spreading more than 500 tons, there's record keeping soil testing. And then there's soil nitrogen and salinity limits in the act that people have to follow. The records, you just have to keep them. If an inspector comes out and asks for those records, you need to produce them. Most of the time when I get out there, the guy says, I don't have it wrote down, but it's all here. I have a 5-year rotation. I spread on this quarter, then I go to this quarter, then I go to this quarter. There's some papers back there. We help people get it into a record, to write it down, to log it. But usually most people have a plan and they know what their rotation is for applying manure. Just want to touch on incorporation. So if you're applying manure and compost, so the act takes manure and compost as the same. If you're applying that on cultivated land, you have to incorporate it within 48 hours. Unless it would be impracticable, I have to watch pronouncing that word every time, to do. What does impracticable means? It means it would cause too much difficulty or it'd be impossible to do. And an example is if you start spreading today, tomorrow we get 2 inches of rain, it's impracticable to have you then incorporate that manure the next day because it's too wet. So there is some lenience in there. If you're spreading on forage or direct seeded crops, you don't have to incorporate it, but there is some setback distances. And those setback distances are to neighbors or to water bodies. If you spread on frozen snow covered land, you don't have to incorporate it. And on frozen and snow covered land, so cow-calf operate, if you have a CFO, so if you come and get a permit from us, you have to prove that you have 9 months manure storage. If you have 9 months manure storage, then you cannot spread on frozen snow covered land unless you have prior permission from the NRCB. Cow-calf operations aren't required to have 9 months manure storage. So they can spread on frozen snow covered ground. They still have to make sure they follow the setbacks. And those setbacks are to neighbors and to water bodies. And here's just an example of some of the well. There's setbacks for water well, 150 meters from a neighbor if you're not incorporated. So if you're spreading on zero till land or you're spreading on frozen snow covered land, it's 150 meters from you. What we're seeing, and I've talked to a couple people here, what we're seeing up around Lethbridge is wind erosion is a big issue right now. A couple of weeks ago, the potato land, the beet land, some of the corn stubble land is all blowing. Ground's still kind of frozen. You know, the top inch may be unthawed. So a lot of guys are coming to us and saying, hey, we need to spread manure on this land, even though it's frozen, so covered, and we do give permission. And I think we've given 50 permissions in the last month, so it's been really busy. But there is an option. If you need to spread, you can get hold of us. And just another visual on when you're spreading beside a common body of water. So as you can see here, as that slope increases, so does that setback distance also increases, up to 12%. After 12%, you cannot spread on that piece of property if it slopes down toward a common body of water. And that's it. So on our website, there's a lot of information on our website. You can get on there, all the documents I have in the back. There's quite a few copies, but they're all available on our website. There's also a 24-hour reporting line. It's not just the lodge complaints. If you need help, if something has happened, you have a runoff event that's going into a water body, you can phone us. And I realize things don't happen from 8:15 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. This is 24 hours. If you phone this number and you say, hey, I need to talk to somebody right now, they will get hold of somebody. And I hate to say it, that somebody will be me, because I'm on call 24/7, 365 days a year. So if you phone the call center any time of the day or night and say, I need to talk to someone, they'll take your information and they will phone me and say, you need to phone so and so back. Okay, I know I talked very fast, but is there any question?
Kevin, is there a minimum number, like in a contained feeding operation, is there a minimum number of cattle, or is it just a combined feeding operation?
Yeah, so in the act, there's a thing called threshold numbers. So there's a threshold number for each category. It's for cattle, it's finishers, feeders, and calves. If you're above that threshold number, you need a permit from the NRCB. If you're below that number, you still fall under the county. So for finishers, it's 150. For feeders, it is 200. And for calves, we have a lot of dairy calf. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the dairy calf operations we have, but guys will buy dairy calves, the bull calves, the steer calves. They'll buy them right as soon as they're born from the dairy, and they put them in little calf hutches, and they raise them up to maybe 300, 400, 500 pounds, and then from there they'll sell them to feedlot. But there is hundreds of them in the county of Lethbridge. So those ones are about 350 they can have. They're those little tiny baby calves. Okay, well, thanks. Thanks, Dwayne.
Let's thank Kevin for his presentation. Perfect, Kevin. Okay, well, your next speaker is me, unfortunately for you guys, but so this I'm new here. I'm just learning what they've been doing here. This municipality has put quite a bit of effort out there regarding the Milk River Ridge Reservoir Water Quality Stewardship Initiative. It's a multifaceted program that is dealing with shelter belts. We have a lot of kids from Raymond from the school. They come out and they help plant trees and stuff like that. We've got wetlands, which I'll just touch on at the end of the presentation. And then we've got this phosphorus filter that has had 2 different locations. We started at basically at OK Colony. They were our partner for a while there. I use R loosely. I'm just getting into this, right? So, but and then they've moved it over to East Raymond, East Raymond Colony, and just trying to get more flow and trying to see if we can deal with more of that feedlot present or footprint, I guess. But basically, we'll get rid of this stuff here and get moving on. You betcha I got her, buddy. And I got my trusty fellow over there, Tim, helping me all the time. So let's just go here and yeah, so again, I inherited this stuff. I'm not the one that put the work out there. I won't try to sell myself off as doing it. I'm just presenting today. Probably not the best guy to ask or to answer questions. Oh, Kevin, where's that? Oh,
I just left it on.
okay. Tim, would you throw that at me, please? Right here. No, don't worry about it. That's all good. That's what's nice about a workshop and not a conference. So anyway, whoops. Again, I'm the assistant ag fieldman here and the extension guy and just trying to figure out what's gonna work, what sticks in the county here and really enjoying working in a less intensive agricultural area. I'll just say that right now. And it's a privilege to be out here in min-till, zero-till and just it's good. It truly is. So I won't get more there. You'll find out what my flavor is and that won't be so good. But anyway, oh, see that keeps doing this. Basically, I need these things too. So agricultural runoff can contribute to algae blooms in lakes, reservoirs, and dugouts, which affects water quality and increases water treatment cost. To improve water quality within Warner County, the County of Warner Agriculture Service Board partnered with Alberta Agriculture and Irrigation and the East Raymond Colony to conduct a research project to install and evaluate a multi-stage phosphorus and biological filter to remediate agricultural runoff from a confined cattle feeding operation. This project is unique to Canada and can serve as a pilot project which could be implemented by communities, industry, and recreational areas such as golf courses to mitigate off-site runoff. Dissolved phosphorus and nitrogen contribute to eutrophication of water bodies. This installation will consume and bind to those nutrients, thus limiting the nutrient transfer from agricultural operations to the water bodies we use for drinking water and recreation. Southern Alberta reservoirs are primarily eutrophic systems that have an abundance of nutrients. These nutrients encourage the growth of aquatic plants and algae that eventually die and decompose. This decomposition results in a decrease of dissolved oxygen levels within the water body. These decreasing oxygen levels affect phyto and zooplankton, resulting in shifting population proportions of these communities that can result in the development of population explosions of cyanobacteria, causing blue-green algae blooms. So this all is coming from some prior work that was done by Chad Penn. He's formerly of Oklahoma State University. He conducted considerable work toward research into phosphorus removal structures. As you can see in the picture there, there's a couple different setups he's got. And up there, and then his work has basically been very instrumental for the design of our projects. So basically just a general concept of how the filter works if you're not familiar with it. This is pretty rudimentary, but the nutrient-rich water enters the filter on the left up here, and then it moves over the filter material, which then leaches through the filtering substance there, and then comes out the bottom of the drain right there. Pretty basic, but the filters are designed to use industrial byproducts. So like fly ash, steel slag, red shale, synthetic materials, and then they're used as filter media to capture and hold the dissolved phosphorus. The first filter project for the County of Warner was a large undertaking. And like I mentioned, that was with OK Colony as a partner. And it was part of that, like I mentioned before, the MRRW or the MRRWQI, the Milk River Ridge Reservoir Water Quality Initiative. So it's, again, multifaceted research and project that we've been going on for years. It's pretty impressive. The initial project cost $70,000. Project partners, again, OK Colony, County of Warner, the Oklahoma State University, and then Alberta Agriculture. In the day, it was Alberta Agriculture Environmental Stewardship Division and the Irrigation and Farm Water Division, but we change that up every now and again, and I'd like to change the names, I think, Trevor? And so it's Alberta Agriculture and Irrigation now, But this project included evaluating the effectiveness of phosphorus filter technology in Alberta conditions, including testing it in a larger watershed with increased water volumes and understanding the freeze-thaw effects on the filter material. Water samples are taken before the site where the filter is, and samples are also taken after the filter. So the success of the filter can be measured. We're continuing to monitor the filter last year, and we will this year, and keep going. It's the analysis part that we need, folks. We need someone to come help us out with all of our analysis that we have. And I'll throw that out there later on, big borrow steel kind of thing. So this is a drone photo of the first phosphorus filter project for the county of Warner. It's located just south of Ridge Reservoir. This site is on tributary 4 in the watershed. So we have tributaries up to tributary 6, and we're sampling whenever we have a rainfall event, and whenever it's flowing, I should say. And then I mentioned this sampling is because, like I said, we're analyzing the water samples from the site. Overflow from the dam is on the right in this picture. You can see the overflow right along here, and towards the center of the picture, you can see the filter. There's the filter system here. The right of the filter is the instrumentation shed. And there's a flume in the center on the right-hand side. So there's a flume here. And on the right-hand side here, we just have an off-site watering system. This whole area is completely fenced off, so the cattle couldn't come in there and contaminate the area. And this site has been decommissioned to utilize the equipment of the present site, which is a little bit more sensitive location in the watershed. So our goals continue to be, they were and they continue to be, to determine if the phosphorus filter is effective under Alberta environmental conditions. We want to become a demonstration site for producers and producer groups, and then determine if the phosphorus filter technology is a cost-effective management option that can reduce phosphorus loss and be a BMP option for landscapes and production systems in Alberta. Water sampling indicated phosphorus removal of approximately 95% from this particular site here, okay? It's this site here that I'm talking about. That's the original site. So we're continuing to monitor the filter performance, and we have lots of data from last year, and just need to compile that data for the new site. The phosphorus filter is comprised of a wooden channel which diverts runoff downslope into 3 excavations. The first excavation is filled with 3 different sizes of gravel, which will filter out the coarse organics and manure. From this filter, the water flows into a biofilter, which is a lined excavation filled with flax straw. The flax straw provides a carbon source and home to bacteria, which consume nitrogen. This bacteria will decrease the nitrogen concentration in the runoff. As this filter fills with water, it will flow into a 3rd excavation that is filled with meadow slag. The phosphorus filter is filled with meadow slag that is about 50% calcium oxide, 40% iron oxide, and 10% silicon oxide, with trace amounts of magnesium, manganese, and sulfur. The metal slag will bind with phosphorus and decrease the phosphorus concentration in the runoff. So this is our present site here right now. This is at East Raymond Colony, just down south of the farm there. There's where our site is, right in there. As you can see, this is a feedlot area there that directly runs right straight there into the filter. So it's pretty much an ideal situation in a way to evaluate that runoff through the feedlot. There is quite a bit of area actually that does drain. Like this whole area right here drains this way. Yeah, sorry, this here comes this way. Sorry, it's this here that comes here. So we're capturing quite a bit of the livestock pens that are draining out of there in a large rainfall event. And I think that the utility here, well, once the data is compiled, I think we're doing something really awesome here, and it's got so many so much utility there for later on. The goal of this project is to reduce the nutrient contributions to surface water in order to improve water quality. Improving water quality within Warner County can decrease costs in water treatment and improve water availability to livestock, agricultural projects, and our communities. The lessons learned in this project can be applied to other agricultural businesses, communities, and recreational facilities. The project was funded through the Canadian Agricultural Partnership, so the former CAP program, and is part of a larger research initiative within central and southern Alberta toward improving water quality. So here's the channel weir structure. The channel weir structure was constructed out of pressure-treated wood to serve the following purposes: stabilize inflow, measure the flow velocity on water, regulate water flow into the mechanical gravel filter, house the weir structures which direct water into a 4-inch pipe which feeds into the filter structures, allow sediment and organic material to settle out prior to entering the filters. So the mechanical gravel filter, that's it right there, is an excavation measuring 20 feet long by 12 feet wide by 4 feet deep. The gravel filter includes a wooden box constructed of 3/4-inch plywood. There's 4x4s and 2x4s, as you can see there in the pictures there. And the purpose of the box is to house runoff as it infiltrates through a 1/2-inch slotted steel mesh in the gravel. There is 3 different sizes of gravel in that filter. So the excavation dimensions for the flax biofilter are 30 feet long by 12 feet wide by 4 feet deep. It is filled with flax straw that is being compressed into bales. This provides a carbon source to nitrogen consuming bacteria. And the bacteria break down the inorganic nitrogen present within the agricultural runoff water and use it as an energy source. Flax is one of many media that can be used. Other options include wood chips, cereal straw, hemp straw, and coconut fiber. The phosphorus slag filter is a lined excavation area of 10 feet in length by 12 feet wide by 1.5 feet deep. The excavation is filled with metal slag that is about 50% calcium oxide, 40% iron oxide, and 10% silicon oxide, with trace amounts of magnesium, manganese, and sulfur. I've mentioned that before. The metal slag binds to dissolved phosphorus. This removes it from the runoff. The slag has an estimated useful life of 5 years. It can be replaced, or the phosphorus can be chemically stripped from the slag using a potassium aluminum solution. And just various materials for the filter. So we got the acid mine drainage residuals, manufactured PSM, fly ash, that's common, steel slag, drinking water treatment residuals, and then the waste recycled gypsum. I mentioned before, there's a 4-inch pipe that takes the water and puts it across the filter system. That's that pipe right there. There's our instrumentation shed. I showed you in that one drone photo that was on there. We just picked her up and brought her over here to this location and set her down, and sure decreased costs for us for sure, just to be able to utilize that. And then some instrumentation and sensors, the sensors and data loggers. And then the gray line inline flow sensor. So if you ever wondered what a gray line inline flow sensor is, well, there's the gray line. And it's inline, it's a flow sensor. So bad joke, I know. But as I was going over last night, I thought, well, heck, there's a gray line right there. Oh, that's it. Okay, sorry. So the project materials for our new site here were about $16,000 in addition to that $70,000 that we had for the other projects. So not just 16, but it was 16 grand to basically set it up over there at East Raymond. The labor investment is close to that material cost there, but it increases year to year because we're doing maintenance out there. We're doing vegetation management out there. The weeds grow like crazy, and it's our responsibility to look after that, right? So send out the fellas and they mow her down or weed whip. Runoff water. And now, so anyway, labor investment is close to the material cost, like I said, but the runoff water analysis is very costly, right? As anybody here that's worked with analysis with water, it can be very costly, and it's one of those things where we apply for a grant and try to just run from one end to the next grant kind of thing. And it's just it takes time, and it takes time to get the grants out there and make sure that it's all happening to capture what we need to capture. The cost of a phosphorus removal structure will vary depending on site conditions, characteristics, runoff quantity, intensity, and frequency. So here's a picture from June 20th, 2022. This is the intake. There's the flume there. We have quite a bit of water that what's coming on, quite a bit of runoff coming into that. And as you can see the color there, it's quite, well, I mean, it's brown. That's all there is to it. It's brown. That's that. And I'm telling you, the feedlot is just, I mean, not more than 80 meters away, right? So what a wonderful opportunity to be able to capture that and see what we can do with that material, right? So, and again, I would love to have that analysis here and be able to give it to you, but we're waiting to compile that. But I can't wait to see what happened with that stuff there, because and I'll be honest, we had a little bit extra moisture there that we kind of had too much there. It's kind of overflowing, as you can see in some areas here. This is the filters, right? But you know, it's doing its job. On the outtake, there was nothing extra coming, not too much. So it was mostly 4-inch pipe pushing it out. And I felt confident that we were capturing most of it. So, and that's not much of a technical term, but most of it. Again, so I mentioned the outlet. That was the 4-inch outlet coming at the bottom end of it. And that's 4-inch kicking right out the whole way, right? So it was definitely capturing a lot of the runoff. So future possible work, there could be on new sites, golf courses could use this. We can utilize it in stormwater ponds. And then, you know, one thing that we'd like to see, maybe put it on these confined feeding operations. I don't know if it's really practical. There's a lot of money invested in there. Maybe there's funding through the SCAP program. I don't know if that when that comes out, right? But there's opportunities out there. And I believe that you know, anybody that wants to try it, I think it'll be a win-win for anybody that wants to try that for sure. So this here, I mentioned before, we had some wetlands on Ridge Reservoir there, a part of the Milk River Ridge Reservoir Water Quality Stewardship Initiative. And so these are them. We have these, this is on the west end of Ridge Reservoir. We actually have an edible forest out there where there's apples and all sorts of things. If you're ever hungry, go by there and go in there and grab some apples and whatever. It's a great little forest that is fenced so the deer can't get in there. But it is a pretty neat little recreational area. But more about the wetlands. So we've got this first cell here where everything will come in from this, basically from the stream here, from I guess this is tributary 5, I believe. James, are you there? 5. Thank you. Look at that. The memory's there. And so basically coming into the cell, the first cell, and then it spills over the bank into the wetlands here, right? And again, analysis are being done as we go along. I started last year. We have not compiled our analysis for last year yet, but it's obvious to me that it's working, right? So basically this treatment, the bioretention wetlands, and they require excessive retention time and therefore greater size requirements. And then phosphorus is retained as settled substrate material. So it settles out in the sediment, of course. And but so what I'm trying to do is compare this to the phosphorus filter in cost. Well, this is going to cost a heck of a lot more. We had to move all the earth, we had to get it all set up, berms and everything else, all the construction equipment, the labor hours. That's quite a costly project, right? But is it applicable for everywhere? Well, it sure works really well right here, right? But it's not going to work in a feedlot situation. I mean, it could if it's downstream a bit more, but I mean, ideally right now where that is, it's capturing and doing a really good job. We're actually planning on putting another small little pond area here just to help capture a little bit more of that water. And then it'll also slow it down a bit. And yeah, so the biggest problem, I guess, not problem, but the biggest hiccup here or whatever is going to be the cost. There's a lot of cost associated with that. So, but a really, really good project. Again, a continuation of this Milk River Ridge Reservoir Water Quality Stewardship Initiative, something that the Warner Ag Service Board has been part of for many years now, and you have to be it blows my mind how much work they've done here, I'll tell you. So that's it. I just want to thank the East Raymond Colony and of course OK Colony for their help in the past, and the CAP program, and then of course Alberta government. I didn't have an Alberta government and irrigations logo there, so Alberta government, and yeah, that's the gist of that. And then I think where do we go from here? So we're hoping to have a few researchers in the crowd today and say, okay, well, you want to take this on and get going with it. But I mean, ideally, we could use some help. I mean, if there's people from the U of L, from Lethbridge College, or Alberta Ag and Irrigation, or Ag Canada, we can definitely use some help out there. There's a lot of manpower that goes into looking after just the maintenance of that unit, let alone collecting samples, getting them up for analysis, and then the work of trying to put the analysis into a format that we can all look at, right? So again, a lot of work done by Warner County, and amazing. I inherited this and pretty proud to come in here and be part of it. And that's about it. So that's the end of my presentation. And you guys can clap. I just want to do a little plug here. So next week, which is short notice, next Wednesday, right here in this same room, we're going to have a shelter belt workshop. There's information on the back table back there. If you're interested, we still have some room for people. A fellow by the name of Tosa Bozic that used to be with Alberta Agriculture. He's the one putting it on. And then he also has a fellow by the name of oh gosh, I'm going to have a brain fart here. Mr. Bell out of Lethbridge there. Oh, Lindsay, thank you very much. Gosh, geez. Anyway, as my ankle is like this, I've been up since 3 o'clock this morning, and there's been 4 tramadol in me already, right? So I'm lucky to have remembered how to get here to work today. It's like, do I go south or do I go east? I don't know, right? So it's a bit of a bear, this darn thing. I'd like to cut it off at the knee and be done with it. Another little plug. We have this Working Well workshop. It's an online thing. We do have information at the back table there if you're interested. We're co-hosting with the Milk River Ridge Water Council with Tim's group there, and really proud to do that. And I know there's still room there. And for any of you folks that are farmers here, if you are, we do have an environmental farm plan workshop on April 12th, actually. And I actually have that half capacity right now. So just some plugs, and that's really about it. I don't know what else to say. If there are some questions that I might be able to handle, I'll try. But in regards to the system, I probably don't know any more than just being able to read what was in front of me, interpret, and go from there. So thank you very much. And we'll just get ready for Elise to get her presentation going and go from there. If you guys want, you got a few minutes to go grab a coffee or a water. And yeah, thank you very much.
Hey, Dwayne.
Yep. Hey, Bill.
Any indication of how long the filter material will last?
Yeah, about 5 years. About 5 years. Yes. So there is that component. It is expensive, right? I mean, but it's when you're partnered up with some other groups, you can definitely offset those costs, is what I'm thinking, right? And you probably don't have enough. You have too many CFOs. You wouldn't be able to put them all in there, but your drainage area is up there. Your irrigation drainage areas there. I thought about that years ago, actually. So because that flow isn't always so incredible, so that you could divert the heavy runoff flow, but you could utilize that in some situations too, right? So I was thinking about that years ago, actually.
That's what I was thinking about too, the irrigation return flow.
Yep, there's 22 of them, right? So you have 22 up there. And why I know that, I spent 15 years at Lethbridge County, and then decided to come to better grounds, we'll say. I'm being an arse, just kidding. This has been a transition and a great thing, learning lots, right? So just wonderful thing. Yeah, it's 5 years, Bill, and I'm sure with the different product, some of it might have to be totally removed depending on what you're using for that filter, right? But it's 5 years is what they say.
Can you recharge it with an acid wash after 5 years?
As I mentioned, you can recharge it with an aluminum oxide kind of wash type of thing, right? So it will remove that out of there. Whoa, see, hey, I hung on to something there. Holy.
But then you gotta figure out what.
Now, that's the point. No, I can't answer that question. It would be somebody that, I'm sorry, Bill. That would be somebody that has that process, right? And then they would have to dispose of it at what, Swan Hills or what, I'm not sure, right? So, but it would be a hazardous material for sure. So, yeah. Bill,
That's what I was saying,
Okay.
you have to figure out what to do with that stuff.
yes, you betcha. Hopefully not on the back 40. That's, please. But yeah, so great. Okay. You'll be okay over there, Elise? Okay, and I'll point this towards you as well. Just gotta get this up there. Come on. There we go. Not gonna work like that. Okay, just like that. Will that work for you, Elise?
Yeah.
So down is to advance and up is to go back, okay? And then if you want to highlight anything, that's that, okay? So down is to go forward. And this just goes back, okay? Yep. Okay, how was it? Oh, sorry.
Can I help you with that?
Yeah, you betcha. So this, I gotta just pull this down, right?
Yeah, just pull it down for a second.
How do I? Which
Okay, so click, I'm sorry.
way are you? clicking?
I'm just holding it down, so I'm just clicking.
Oh, you use two
Right here.
fingers.
Yeah. Now, where is it? Is it this one? Oh, there you go. You're back in business.
See, you have to bring someone smarter than yourself, always, 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 or you're in trouble. Okay, well, our next presenter is Elise Walker. Elise is from the Milk River area. She's an agriculture producer. And actually, we met many years ago doing a salinity management workshop up in Lethbridge County there. Oh, really good. Okay, you go with that.
Just keep talking,
You
sorry.
bet. And we are actually doing a salinity management workshop up in Picture Butte there, and Elise and her dad Ken came up and introduced us to some of their seeds that the forage seeds that they have developed and so on. So Elise grew up in the Milk River area. She has been an agriculture producer for well over 20 years and works with her dad still, Ken Miller at Miller Seeds. They developed and have done extensive research on the forage crop AC Saltlander, which has been a huge benefit for this area and many other areas that are dealing with that salinity problems, right? So please, let's welcome Elise.
So I'm super nervous, so please bear with me. I have 3 girls and I make them do things that they don't want to do all of the time. So this morning they were kind of laughing at me. So I was having to come speak to you guys, but it's something I'm passionate about. You just have to bear with me. So our farm is 2 miles east of Milk River and 1 mile south. We irrigate out of the Milk River and we have a cow calf operation. So I'm going to talk to you. My parents moved to this area in the 70s. And I think for 50 years, my dad has been turning these marginal saline areas into productive acres for us. He's moved to town and now it's something that we're still constantly working on. So I'd like to share a little bit of the things that we do on our farm and hopefully you can pick something up from it. We have, over the years, we've worked with a few people from the Semi-Arid Prairie Research Center in Swift Current. Ken Wall, super knowledgeable guy. He's with the co-op now. He knows a lot. He helped me with some of the numbers that I have on my slide. So I didn't just pull them out of the air here. They actually are from him. Dr. Alan Iwasa, he's a forage specialist in Swift Current. He's another really knowledgeable guy, and they're all great people to reach out to if you guys have questions. So. Okay. Just down.
Yeah. Maybe I got click on
I
that.
think I hit up.
Let's see, can you point it over here maybe, Elise? Or we'll just have to tap it again, maybe. Yeah, maybe over here. What's going on? Let's see. I did
Oh, there
that.
we go.
I did that myself with this one here, so that's funny. It should, I can advance it too if you want, that's no problem. It was just working. Maybe the battery, eh? I can advance for you if you want. How does that work for you? Is that okay?
Okay, yeah.
You can just throw things at me when you want to advance.
Okay, do you guys recognize this picture? The sign probably gives it away. But this is at Sunburst, Montana. It's the salinity just outside of town. To me, like when a producer calls in or talking about their saline area, this to me is like the worst. I visualize this. It's really. So, talking about salinity, have you guys ever heard of Les Henry? He writes articles in the Grain News. I love him. Very knowledgeable guy. Was a professor at the U of S. I've talked to him a few times and I emailed him a year ago. And I said, Les, can you explain to me the difference between alkali and salinity? Because we hear people talk about alkali. So he sends me this email back and it's huge. Intense. It's like artesian discharge and pre-glacial. He's explaining to me the difference of what alkali is and what salinity is. And then I emailed us back. I'm like, can you dumb it down for me? And he's like, why are you asking? And I'm like, well, lots of producers refer to alkali, but I think it's salinity, but I really don't. I don't know. And he's like, oh, yes, Elise. He's like, alkali is the older terminology used when they're referring to saline. There is a such thing as true alkali soils are high in sodium and high in pH, but they're not high in salts. So in our area, it's salinity it's salinity, not alkali. What is root zone salinity? It's the existence of any excess salts in the root zones which can disrupt normal crop plant functions. Common salts are sodium, calcium, and magnesium sulfates, as well there are sodium, calcium, magnesium chlorides. Okay, switching.
And actually, it was the battery at least, so
Okay.
it's working now. Thank you.
This is a picture at my farm. It's the Milk River, root zone salinity. How bad is the problem? Well, of the 53.5 million hectares of agriculture land in Western Canada, it's estimated that 3 million are classified as severely saline. 7 million hectares of arable land and 3 million hectares of permanent land pasture are classified as slightly to moderate. And there's another 4 million at risk of becoming saline. And us being in the county of Warner, we're producers, we all have some sort of saline, I feel like, on our farms that we're dealing with. I feel like there's a lot in our county. Invisible or hidden research indicates many crops are more affected by low to moderate salinity than previously realized. And again, testing at the Swift Current Research Development Center Salt Lab indicated yield losses up to 50% for red spring wheat on conductivities as low as 4. This is again at our farm. What causes salinity? Salinity is subsurface water moves salt into discharge areas. Root zone salinization occurs when evaporation pulls more water upward than precipitation or snow melt move downward. So in other words, salinity problems are a water management problem. So I think we've had a few dry years, so we've noticed more salinity popping up in our fields or along the roadsides. And that's just because it's based on water and how it's moving within the soils. So our water tables are really high following some wet years. And now the water tables are closer to the soil surface, but now that we've been going through some dry periods where all of a sudden we don't have a lot of downward movement, pushing those back down, so the salts are actually starting to appear in the soil. This picture is taken just outside of Tabor, right in front of that dealership when you turn. to come onto 36 South. So the roads and ditches can cause salinity, which is why salinity is often worse right along the highway where everyone can see it. Roads and their dense foundations block the natural movement of water. Again, it's the water issue. The water in the ditches raises the water table in that immediate area. With water near the soil surface, the salt wakes up and creates a band of higher salinity. Soil salinity can continue to rise and spread further up into your field. But there is a solution. Due to the way the water moves, a narrow band of lesser or no salinity occurs in that strip between the ditch and then your field. So forages seeded in that 15 to 20 foot strip along the ditch can take up a lot of that excess water and stop from the salinity spreading into your field. Soil salinity. So what does it do? Reduced annual crop yield, poor crop emergence and tillering in your cereals, the lower yields even at relatively low EC levels. The mechanisms, it restricts plant water uptake, the toxicity of the biocarbonates and other ions, elevated soil pH causes the effect on low micronutrient availability and poor soil aeration. Even just looking at the soil, you can tell the structure is different. If you see kosher or foxtail barley taking over in the area, that is a good indicator that salinity is a problem. White snow, lichen, or crust. This is a field of AC Saltlander. It is creeping in. There are other weeds there, but this is pretty ugly, and it's just been slowly filling itself in on this land. It would have probably been more like 50 years, 20 years ago. Here's a little bit about salinity root zone classification. This is when you hear them talk about the decimens, what it the categorized. You sometimes read about those numbers, and if they're non-saline, slightly saline, moderate, and what grows. So your pulses really do not like salinity at all, the 2 to 4. Then your barley and canola can handle it with your forages. When you get into severely saline, to me that 8 to 16, it's white. And this 16 plus to me is like sunburst. Well, I don't think it would be that bad, but if Saltlander will grow there, it's not quite that bad. This is crop. Ken Will sent me this. This is crop type relative salinity ranking, 10 being the highest. Kind of sucks that kochia is on the top of this, but it is. So if you see kochia growing in your area, like it's a pretty good indicator that there's some salinity issues under the ground there. And again, barley is pretty good. And canola, surprisingly, has a pretty decent tolerance. So what can we do about those areas that are not as productive? Since I'm a cow calf operator, I forage is perfect for me. So converting your saline discharge sites to forages is what we have been working on. And there's a grass, and I'm sure you've all heard about it. It's been around for probably 20 years now. AC Saltlander green wheatgrass. It was developed by Dr. Harold Stapum out of Swift Current. And it's a palatable and nutritious forage with exceptional salinity tolerance for pasture or hay. The Saltlander has rhizomes that will creep into these severe patches at a rate of about 1 foot per year. And it can do this because the plant's roots are about 7 feet long. And what it does is it lowers the groundwater system. It sucks it up, waters. So this allows the surface salts to percolate downward instead of being concentrated on the top edge. This percolation rehabilitates the land for AC Saltlander to creep in. It does take time. It doesn't happen in a year. Those pictures I showed you, that's like a few years of work. This is just kind of a chart on some different forage types so you can compare. Again, I don't really like seeing foxtail barley at the top. But it just shows you we see kochia and we see foxtail barley in our saline areas. I guess you guys can just kind of look through that. Flooding tolerance, yes, the X's are no and moderate. This is a picture in, I think, the end of September. And we had cut this for hay at Saltlander and see how it's greened up. Now we're just out, we'll graze it for the winter. So AC Saltlander is along with perennial grass adapted to semi-arid rangelands, 13 to 18 inches of precipitation. It's got similar drought tolerance as intermediate wheatgrass. It demonstrates excellent salinity tolerance. It resists moderate grazing pressure right after establishment, and it recovers rapidly after grazing or defoliation. AC Saltlander, it's palatable. It has like a fine hollow stem and a really low point. So it allows for flexible grazing and hay management. Under favorable conditions, AC Saltlander can displace foxtail barley from a field. Probably takes about 3 years, 2 to 3 years, but it will choke out foxtail barley. AC Saltlander has flooding tolerance better than smooth brome grass, and smooth brome grass is usually what you see in the ditches. So it can survive 3 to 5 weeks of flooding. This is kind of over by Warner. Excellent stands have been obtained on dryland range sites when the seed is planted late enough in the fall to ensure that it does not germinate until spring, especially in these saline sites. But spring planting allows for more opportunities to eliminate your weeds, and it is the more recommended method. If you do dormant seed, Saltlander needs, or any grass, needs at least 2 leaves established before winter hits, or it will not survive the winter. We recommend seeding rates of 5 to 8 pounds per acre, which is probably a little bit on the lower side than what a sales rep would try to sell you, but that's just from our own experience. Higher seeding rates if you're in a more saline area, like 8 pounds, maybe 10. And if you're fall dormant seeding, you want to use a little bit of a higher seeding rate because not all those seeds are going to survive the winter. But the seeds are vigorous and establish themselves fairly rapidly under these pretty harsh conditions. AC Saltlander is a hybrid between Blue Bunch and Quackgrass. So this AC Saltlander produces aggressively spreading rhizomes, which allow the stand to repair itself in making it useful for a winter feeding site. So this is, I'm going to show you 3 pictures, and they're all the same site. This is in, I would say this is in October. This is the same winter site. So AC Saltlander winter feeding site. All of our dryland corners on our pivots are seeded to Saltlander, and we will feed our cows out there. They literally abuse the shit out of them. Then it's a great job for the girls. We'll go and harrow them in the spring. And then this is in October, probably, maybe November. These corners, this stand is about 12 years old of being treated like that every winter. Yeah. My dad's like, those turds are worth 5 cents a piece. I'm like, inflation, they're like 25 cents a piece. So I'll share a few establishment tips with you guys. Weed bank management is critical. So avoid seeding where large surface concentration of the weeds exist, especially foxtail barley. Tillage and packing before seeding to dilute the salts in the soil surface can help bury the weed seeds. I think even on this patch, we mowed out the foxtail barley. Like it was really bad. And we mowed it earlier in the year, just so it didn't set seed. This is a few years old. Weed control, a good pre-seed burn off is very important. We use Roundup and 2,4-D. And other cocktails, I think, but I'm not gonna talk about them because I don't know if they're even in the book. After the 2-leaf stage is reached, you can apply a broadleaf chemical, check with your crop advisor. Crusting. Soil and high sodium content is very prone to crusting in hot weather. So we recommend early spring seeding prior to mid-June. Avoid the summer hot seeding months. In waterlogged soils, that's when your dormant fall seeding would be recommended. Seed depth. Seed depth should be 3/4 of an inch. Half an inch is not enough, an inch is too much. Adjust slightly deeper for sandy soils and a bit less for your fine textured onto crusting. Furrows, you kind of want your furrows to be shallow sloped in avoiding the slumping in times of heavy rainfall. The flatter it is, the better it is. This is kind of an ugly piece. Rainfall, so if there's a big rain coming in the forecast, doesn't mean we get it, but if it's forecasted, we will wait till after the rain to seed our grass, not before. For this reason, just so that the grass seeds don't get buried. Sometimes that's a huge problem in establishing a grass field, is they're just seeds are too deep to fail. Companion crop. So to prevent winter and water erosion, you can add 5 to 10 pounds of wheat to the mixture. And this helps improve the flow of the seed through the drill. Wheat plants establish quick, and then they provide some shelter for the grass. So this is a picture from a field that we just established last summer. And I'll just tell you a little bit about it. But I need to read my notes because I don't know them that one. So I'm not sure I get it right. So this grass field was seeded with 5 pounds of grass and 10 pounds of wheat in the 10-inch openers. Like they use this drill. This is the same field being seeded. And then they put 15 pounds of wheat only in the mid-row banders. And so that's a total of 25 pounds of wheat, which is a lot. And 5 pounds of grass seed. They put 40 pounds of actual land, 40 pounds of actual phosphate, some ESN. We caught a few rains. This graph, I think this picture was taken the end of July. I don't even think it's 2 months old. They harvested 35 bushels and they could wheat. It's a pretty good, it's dry land. This is probably as good as it gets, but kind of risky with that much wheat. We prefer wheat because it does not shade the ground, and you can see that in this picture. It's kind of tall, you can see the ground. It doesn't shade the ground and the small grasslings, less tillering than barley, and less volunteer windrows the following year, unless you have a John Deere combine. That's kind of our
Good.
reason behind wheat versus barley. But then on the other hand, if you're in a really ugly, this is not a terribly ugly piece of ground, barley might work better if there's a higher levels of salt, right, for your companion crop. If I'm seeding like a pasture mix for my cows, I'll think twice about a companion crop. It kind of depends what the weather, like if we're super dry, I want all of those forages to get that moisture that's there. So it's kind of something Dad and I are always on the same page about. And I've also read that if those pasture seeds, like if you're seeding a forage mix, if it doesn't have the competition of a companion crop, the seeds will establish better the root system and you'll have a little better longevity. So I know it's controversial, whatever works for you guys, but pen intact, cover crop. they want 35 bucks of each on that year on in between. So this is benefits of alfalfa forage and rotation. You de-water your recharge with, alfalfa plants have 6-foot long roots, saltlander 7. Higher grain yields, build soil quality. Captures your deep leach nutrients. And it reduces like your kochia and your foxtail barley. Now, this picture is over by New Dayton. And this is just going down a gravel road. This farmer seeded some saltlander, and this is directly across the road to the kochia and foxtail. This looked like that. That's a pretty cool comparison, I think.
Great crossroads.
So that is saltlander. Now I'm going to talk a little bit really quickly about something we did a little different on our farm this year is we seeded a pivot of corn for grazing. And I'm just going to quickly run through a few pictures that might interest you guys. So first year growing corn, we did 2 varieties because we are grazing it. We had a full watering system on the milk. So it was the perfect year to grow corn. We were pretty nervous about it in the spring, but we were able to irrigate all year round. So the corn reached full maturity. And we've been, so we intense graze. This is 1 paddock. This is a cow grabbing a corn. And yeah, just been a couple more pictures. This is why we're doing it. This is super sandy land, of course, like along the Milk River irrigation. So we're hoping that having these cows intense graze in these, we graze them in about 3 to 4 acre paddocks. We move them every 3rd to 4th day. But look at quite a bit of trash. We're hoping that once we're done, we can come back and clean it up a bit more. We started grazing on November 15th. And yesterday Kelly moved them and he GPS kind of what we have left, and we have 12 days left. So they've been out there since November 15th and they'll last till the end of March. So we just move them every 3 to 4 days. And in the spring, when we were researching this and watching YouTube videos, because that's what we do at our house for fun, my girls are like, our cows will never like be that good, follow our cows are used to electric fence, but just the pattern of it, and they know, those cows know the day that they get moved on the fresh corn. It's pretty amazing. It didn't take them long to catch on. So yeah, that's just one, that's it. Those are my stories.
That's awesome.
Why not sorghum?
So actually, we did sorghum the year before on this. A lot of waste, but we like sorghum, and we just wanted to try something different. If I was to do sorghum again, which I'm sure we will graze it the same way we graze the corn, move them.
That's what my cousin.
We just let them out, or I don't think, we just had bigger pies for them. And we just found that there was quite a bit of wastage, and we had a few windstorms, and there was a lot of sorghum in our Carolina trees on the other side of the farm. The corn, I think, held up a little bit better, but huge difference, right? Corn and sorghum really are, we do like sorghum.
But one of the guys gonna do now is fall rye, silage, sorghum.
We have that, yeah.
We were found any Downey Grove in your seed sample of your saltwater.
So that has been an issue in the past, with Downey Grove. We do produce saltlander without Downey Grove. Barrel Downey Grove. I would say it's probably been about 6 or 7 years.
When you get a saltlander established, how long do you usually let it Like, is it productive? at least?
So on those, like, those dry line corners, they're 12 years old, they're fine, they stay like that. We have some pasture, that we graze. It really isn't a salinity issue, and they're probably about 10 years old. Some of the hill pastures starting to wear out with their, changing things up a little bit. In your stabling areas, I think they'll just, they'll last, yeah, this longevity, yeah. My brother-in-law in Rose Town, he does not have cows, he does not have haying equipment, but he has all these like 2-acre patches that he cannot drive his sprayer through farming, so he seeded saltlander and he just leaves it, and he loves the fact that you can just spray right through it or pass through with the drill and he just does not hay it or graze it. Just has something going.
Have you ever heard anybody I read an article of calcium chloride on saline syrup?
No, I don't understand that.
We can talk about that later. So I think Jack Finch, that's a good question for Jack Finch. After lunch. Hey, so the legume component. So obviously on the dry land corners where, because the livestock and the recycling, nutrients, you really haven't looked after the nutrient needs. If the county are just recycling right there.
Yeah.
So, but have you tried combining an alfalfa with like rhizomatous grass, like a salt land with your alfalfa? Kind of do okay in that, or other legumes that you planted with the salt land?
Yeah, we have a pasture that we seeded about 15 pounds of sandcoin, 5 pounds of grass, and 1.5 pounds of alfalfa that we graze. And that seems to work. I'm not sure how much the sandcoin likes that competition, but the alfalfa and the grass seem to be doing all right. And then we have some wheel lines that we graze, and we put them to alfalfa and saltlander. And I think we did 5 pounds of saltlander and 1.5 pounds of alfalfa because we graze them, and they've managed working together with two grasses.
But it supplies water. This one nice driver.
We have those thermal waters, so they come in to a crowd, closer to the yard, drinking them. We do also with the corn, so we're a little nervous about it being first year's grazers, and because there was all this grain there, we feed them a load of supplements. We do give them Rumensin because of all of the grain. So they do get a load fed every day. So that prolongs them being out there. As long as they have them.
Do you find that the saltlander will have computer costs?
100%. But it takes time. If it's that, there's that much salinity in only Foxtail or Costa grows. It takes like probably 3 years. It does not happen in 1 year. It's time, but yes, it does. I've seen it. They actually did probably like 20 years ago. We had a site down the hill. I think Jake owns it now. Is it Alvin Peterson's place? Is that? So just behind there, we had these plots set up because there was a ton of lots of plots in that area. And we did different trials of different mixes, and I helped the guys from Swift Current kind of monitor this, and also definitely for the green wheatgrass choked everything also.
You were done the soil analysis in your in a saltlander pasture, you measured the salt level to see if it's reducing.
I do soil tests now, but Ken did not do soil tests previously. No. I do have like recent soil tests, but not from like 20 years ago.
It'd just be interesting to know whether or not that helps to reduce the salt level.
What it must, the rhizomes are soaking up the salts, I believe, because visually it's
Like the salt of the NaCl or something like that. So like the big.
So it's, like you said it quite nicely before too, you know, in terms of using up the water. And then you can get a net movement down of salt. So it's kind of a combination, you know, of how many tons of salt do you ever move off with a forage crop? And then there certainly is some, but it's mostly just changing that moisture dynamic and then the salts are able to move down deep in the profile. And so then that kind of you get a recovery in terms of the productivity of that. Yeah.
And just with the two varieties on one pivot, like one quarter.
Yeah, one pivot, we did two varieties I think one was 78, 61, and the other one was 82 something, so different maturing dates. You could actually see it, because you do one row and the other row the other variety, and it was very prominent, the two varieties. Visually you could see it. More because we were grazing it, and we weren't sure how mature it would get with putting water, so we wanted a variety. And we are doing it again, we will do it again this year. We're happy with it.
Okay, for the sake of time, maybe we can touch base with Elise at lunchtime and she could answer a few questions. But yes, thank you. Very awesome presentation. I forgot to mention that I do have the CEU credits here. I'll pass them around here at lunchtime and then we can get the rest done at the end of the day, whoever needs them. And our next presenter is Trevor Wallace. Trevor is with Alberta Ag and Irrigation, and his presentation will be on soil test interpretation. Trevor has been working in the agricultural sector for over 25 years, including extension and research in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and the Maritimes. Currently, he is the provincial nutrient management specialist for the Alberta Agriculture and Irrigation. His role includes extension and policy development and responsibilities. So please welcome Trevor.
That's a lot more background than anybody here wanted to do.
And he has the biggest job of trying to be my friend.
Yeah. I know I'm the last person before lunch. There's a great set of speakers today. There's some great people to ask these questions to. We got Jack Payne coming around this afternoon, along with Jenny, she's fabulous, Britt. We got Rob down over there. So great people to ask questions, of course, Ross McKenzie. And remember, when Ross presents this afternoon, you're only gonna see him from here up. And from here down, he's got snow down and skis on. And so make him work. I'm just gonna talk a little bit about soil test interpretation. You know, things to look for, like you brought that up earlier, if they've been soil testing and looking in the past. I am cheating because I did not print out my presentation. I put a few notes in it. And now with the presentation, the computer over there, I don't have my notes, so I'm using this thing just to look at a few notes. So I basically wanted to go through, talk a little bit about what is in a soil test and what you're looking at and why you want to look at it. I'm not going to go into a ton of depth about each one of them, because those are all individual questions. I'm going to just try to hit on some of the highlights. These are the indicators on there. These are the things you might want to ask guys about. And you want to touch on pH, touch on salinity. A little bit about recommendations that come out of them and how they're being generated by the various labs. So really just some general soil sampling before I get into the analysis part. Like really, we soil sample, we learn that physical, chemical, and biological condition of your soil. What are the properties there? Traditionally, it's all been physical and chemical. Only in the last decade, really, we've had a lot more on biological features of that soil from that nutrient cycling point of view and our friendly bugs that are there. It's always been in the background, but we've really relied on the physical and chemical. We often use it just for soil fertility, which is our main reason, but there's a lot of other things that it can tell us on managing that soil. So, you know, we can diagnose crop issues. We can diagnose some of the soil issues. Like it's easy to see the saline or what we used to call alkali spots in the field because they're white, but there's a lot of soil issues that pop up across the field that you can diagnose with a soil sample. You can get into the details later, which I'm not going to get into on how to sample that field. How to do it differs If I'm looking for an issue, I'm trying to solve a problem or come up with a fertility for a field, I would approach it very differently. But I'm not gonna talk about that today. One of the biggest things that everybody says, well, I've sent lab samples, I've sent samples to different labs and they give me different numbers, or I've sent samples to the same lab and I've gotten different numbers. The processes, the methods the labs use are really good. They do come up with very good numbers. The problem or the issues all come from how we sample. Soil is very variable. It changes across the field. So yes, there's always going to be variability. Numbers are going to be up and down. There's never going to be one number. How we do the sample and how well we do the sample. I can tell you from when I started in the industry and I soil sampled as a summer student, I probably wasn't as good as I am now. You know, after doing it a few times and walking fields and pushing holes into the ground, you learn how to do it. And I don't want to, it's not a criticism, like, we have to learn somehow. And so our summer students, we go out there and we learn how to sample and you get a rough idea and you get better and get better at it. But the other problem that comes with soil sampling is that you guys know your field better than I ever will, ever. So you send me out there to do some samples, saying there's something wrong with that field. This is the general area. I go poke some holes and I find the old fence line, I find the old manure pile, I find a whole pile of things when I'm poking holes. But unless you're there with me, that knowledge doesn't help me. And I don't get the best sample possible. So these are just a couple of points I wanted to make. And one of them is, the other one I like to make, and this has been pounded in me by Ross McKenzie, picking a lab that's relevant for you. Like I said, the labs all have a process that is consistent across them. They may use some different processes, and you'll find that out in the report, but you need to pick one that's consistent or good for you. And what do I mean by that? It needs to be relevant to your area. They need to use an extraction method that has been proven in Alberta, that works in Alberta, that's been diagnosed in Alberta, that we've done trials with in Alberta, so that we can say that that recommendation has been tested here. All of this work has been done by Ross McKenzie. I'm sorry, I'm getting froggy and I just started. So that's why I'm saying we get Ross at the end of the day, it's sort of like ideal. A lot of this work was done with him. You got Rob Dunn in the room that was involved in this work. And Dwayne, whether he admits it or not, used to work for Ross McKenzie as well. Well, maybe it's Ross that doesn't admit that.
Unfortunately for Rob, I worked for him too, so.
Like our provincial lab did some analysis. We used to use a couple of different extractants for getting out phosphorus. It started with Miller Oxley and Bray. You'll hear them in the States. They found out it didn't track well in parts of Alberta because of pH and our calcareous soils. So it moved on to Kelowna and then now to a modified Kelowna, which is simpler and cheaper and tells you phosphorus and potash. So those have been tested here. There's Bill. Bray is widely used, Olson widely used in Manitoba. We have different soils. Miller Oxley widely used in the US. It's a standard in many places. They are completely usable extractants. They might not be as useful in a wide range of pHs that we have in Alberta, and that's the issue. It might work really well for these pHs and not for these. Anyways, choosing a lab, that's the important part, that it works here for you, and one that has a fertilizer recommendation mentality that fits with you. Most of them do. Like whether it's sufficiency, you're sort of always maintaining a certain level of nutrients in soil. Whether you're building, you're adding phosphorus or potash, ones that don't generally move to build up to a standard level so that it's always there, or if you're doing it on crop removal, just as long as they have a similar philosophy as you, great. Otherwise, they're giving you a recommendation and you're going, well, I'm not putting on 80 pounds. I'm putting on 50, or I'm putting on 150. My fertilizer recommendation gets filtered by my wife. So this is how much money I have, and that's my recommendation. So labs do the same thing. Now I'm going to bring up the firm later, which is an Alberta farm fertilizer recommendation program that we're really proud of. That we can refer to. I'm just going to bring it up. I'm not going to hype it or do a lot of it. There we go. So just getting into some of the soil physical properties that you soil sample for. Soil texture is one of the first ones. It's one of the easy ones. You'll find it on your soil test. There we go. Here on this test, and this happens to be an ALS test, it's, you see loam. It's coming up with loam. A soil test with loam. For anybody that does manage livestock, has a confined feeding operation, there is a requirement of legislation to have your soil texture done at least once in the field, 0 to 6 inch range. Kevin requires I mention that at every opportunity. So, anyways, so a soil texture, what is it? It's basically just how much clay, silt, and loam you have, the proportions of each other. And this is sort of the triangle we use. It's done by hand. You can do it by a different analysis, but it can be done by hand. It's just a texture thing. You know, it really affects the water holding capacity. You guys know that. Anything that's coming out down here in this corner with a lot of sand does not hold as much water as anything coming out with clay. And if it's heavy clay, it not only holds water, it just resists water from going into it completely and becomes a slippery surface. So we really like, you know, anything in this loamy area, it's sort of a nice balance between the two. So we get the texture because it helps with the water holding capacity, but the other great thing it does, it helps us with how much nutrients are generally held. And these are the cations, the positively charged nutrients, they bind to clay because clay is negative. So clay content affects our cation exchange capacity. So these are some of the things we're looking at when we get a soil texture. Now I'm going to deviate completely. Soil structure is another one, and this is like from a soil health perspective. There isn't really a good method. No labs really do this. We infer structure from our soil texture. This is where I say, this is great for summer students, go out and dig a hole. This is how you look at your soil structure. And again, we're looking at it from is the soil functioning? Is it doing what it's supposed to do? How are those aggregates collecting each other? You know, there are technical differences in soils, but we're really looking at how well it's holding together. Are there roots there? Are there old roots there? Are there worm casings or tunnels that are allowing water flow? Structure is really important from a soil health point of view, holding oxygen and holding water. We really depend on aggregate stability to do that structure. And again, this is not a lab test. This is a test you can do at home. It's really sort of simple. We take 2 soil samples and put them in a mesh and just let them sit in water. Anything that flakes apart, it's called the slate test, flakes apart, doesn't have a lot of structure. There's not a lot of stuff holding it together. Roots, plant material, exudates from the roots, microorganisms, sweat out material. It helps hold it all together. This is sitting in the same water. These are sitting at the same time period. This isn't like I put it there and waited. These are 2 different soils, and it's just, again, this isn't a lab test. This is my only deviation from what we send to a lab. This is some stuff that you sort of have to do at home to see how well it's holding together. And this is, again, it's the backbone of our whole ecosystem for the soil. You know, it's where the bugs live. It's the homes for the bugs. They need oxygen exchange. They need space. They need water holding capacity. These kind of things tell us that. They're not really part of the soil test. So I'm sorry, Dwayne, I deviated, but I think these are important from a soil health point of view. And this is leading towards our biological analysis of our soils. Now, chemical processes, this is the biggest part of our soil analysis. This is what most people get when you send in a soil analysis. Your pH, your EC, the sodium, you know, the nutrient levels. These are all the chemical features of our soil. And they generally come out in our soil analysis looking like the little picture at the bottom, the micros and everything else. And I wanted to touch on a few of them. pH, we heard about it earlier. It's really, our soil range from, you know, being acidic to alkali. Really the sweet spot you can say is probably 6.7 up to 7.3 is sort of ideal as a pH. The big kicker, it's really a measure of how much free hydrogen and hydroxyl in the soil. And they're logarithmic, which means that a 6 and a 10 and a 6 and a 7 are 10 times different. It's not like, oh, it's 6, 7, it's not that big a deal. It's 10 times different. And 5 is 10 times different from 6. So it drops down. And pH affects a lot of things in our system. One of them being nutrient availability. So under low pH, and you guys can see it, the width of this little band, and I'm just using boron as an example. The wider the width, the more available it is, the narrower, the less available. So you can see, depending on the pH of your soil, what nutrients are going to be either more bound within that soil or more available in the soil. So this is one of the reasons why people in many parts of the world traditionally lime their soils to affect the pH. To bring it back into that 6 to 7 range, that 6 to 7 range where our nutrients are a little bit more available. Lime rise or lower pH? Rise in pH. And we've also been, if you listen to Doug Penny, who used to work with Alberta Agriculture many years ago, and he was also involved in this research with Ross McKenzie. You know, we've also been affecting our pH because we've been fertilizing for 50 years with nitrogen. And that's affecting our pH. He feels maybe reduced it by a half a point. So long-term fertilization and other reasons can have effect on pH, and so that's one of the reasons, you know, we look for it, and then we know how to manage. Then we know how to manage it, basically. And then you saw this impact on crop growth. You were showing us a little bit earlier on pH. Here's our crops. So here's our alfalfa, like in like the 6.2 up to a 7.5. It's good with up to, you know, more alkali soil. And down here we've got white potatoes. It really likes an acidic soil. So different crops prefer different things. So again, with soil samples and if your fields, but when you're a smaller farmer, where I grew up on our farm, we weren't huge, about 6 sections. So our land was quite spread out, but now the cousins back home have several times more than that, and they go for 30 miles for their fields, right? So now it's not, you're not in a small space where both fields are very close to each other. It's quite spread out, so you can decide where to farm based on that. And I just wanted to put this picture up. This is just the general soil pHs in Alberta. On sort of the heat map. David Spees with our group did it, and you can see the darker colors 5 to 6. And so that's up. We see a little bit more of that up in the piece, which is understandable. It developed under trees, pine trees, acidic soils. And then the lower soils down here, it's always been grassland. But like Doug Penny and his work, and been showing there's been a slight, shift because of fertilization practices. So, anyways, it's just one of the features, and I just wanted to highlight it. I know you guys are thinking of lunch, not soil pH, but salinity, you guys, we just talked a lot about salinity. We use what's called electroconductivity, EC, to measure salinity. That's decisiemens per meter. And you can see at the different depths, like non-saline and up, it affects water intake, it affects germination. Nutrient availability is also affected by salinity. So, again, another really important feature, and the sodium absorption ratio is basically how much sodium is compared to calcium and magnesium in the soil. Again, it's another measure that we use to evaluate whether it's sodic or saline. And we heard a lot about that with the AC salt liner, so don't need to. But this is basically one of the yield charts, and you can see as salinity goes up, that's what happens to yield for the different varieties. And the more tolerant varieties, like we saw the wheatgrass, makes out to 6, 7, and then starts to go down. But what was this one? Flax? It tanked really quickly with salinity. Anyway, so that's why we're doing it. The biggest thing I think that everybody looks at is organic matter when we do a soil sample. We look at the organic fraction of the soil. Generally, organic matter is anywhere from 3 to 10%, 2 to 10% of the soil volume is organic matter, which is either living or dead plant material, living or dead microorganisms. It's probably the most important part of the soil bank. It holds water, it helps with nutrient release, that whole nutrient cycling. Generally using book values, we estimate for every 1% organic matter, you get about 10 pounds of nitrogen during the crop year. So when the lab does the analysis, they're going to sample the soil, extract nitrogen using an extractant that's supposed to be reflected here in Alberta. It says extractant came out with relatively 30 pounds of nitrogen, plus your organic matter you get from this. That's building towards a recommendation. Then we look at like, if you had pulses in the past, we add a little bit on for that. That's sort of how we're building our way. So book values say, you know, at 10% released. When you get organic matter up to around 30%, we're talking about peat soils. So that's we'll be dragging it out. It's got less of a mineral fraction, a lot more organic material. Cation exchange capacity. This measurement, you'll see it on the smell test lab. It's telling you how much exchange sites you have for calcium, potassium, sodium, hydrogen, magnesium, the positive charged cations that are in the system. This is being organic matter is driving this and clay is driving this. These are the two features that are driving that in your soil. So again, nutrient cycling. Nutrients. Now, nutrients, one thing I keep saying that there's a volume of nitrogen in the soil. What we use is an extractant. We use a chemical that causes the nutrient to be released from the material in the soil. And it's not an absolute number. It's an estimate of what should come out in the system. But we've done lots and lots of research with that in trials over the years to come up with some kind of index. And that's what really it is. So it's not, there's 30 pounds of nitrogen. The extractant was able to get this much out of the system. And that's what they predict the microorganisms and natural breakdown will do to release during the season. So it's just that it's usually reported in parts per million or pounds per acre. One or the other. This is an old soil test. It was very visual. It provided both you a number at the various depths and gave you a little picture, which is saying, well, that's a deficient level, that's a marginal level, that's optimum up here, and that's excessive up there. This happens to be what, dating myself, it would have been Norwest Labs, which became Body Coat, Exova, and now it's Element. Elements?
Yeah.
Yep.
Elements Labs. Anyways, and so you might be wondering what that, what those mean, and I'll come to those in a minute, to say what those are. But the one thing I did want to point out is in Alberta, we often use a modified Kelowna for our phosphorus. It's a great extraction. It's quite, it gives us phosphorus and potash out of that extraction. But there's nothing wrong with using a Bray or an Olsen if it's relevant to your soil samples. The problem happens is if this year you use a Bray or you take it to a lab that does Bray or an Olsen, and next year you take it to and get a modified Kelowna done, you can't compare those numbers. Now you have an apple and an orange. There, Ross McKenzie, the last guy talking today, did work where they looked at, there's some calculations we can do to convert one to the other. It's better if you just go to a lab and get the same method done. Then you know you're at least comparing apples to apples and not. So I wanted to emphasize that. And the other thing I wanted to emphasize, which I haven't seen it as much in some labs anymore, but this was a traditional way that we soil sampled. You notice the greater than 60, the labs can quickly do a test and find out that the soil sample came back with more than 60 parts per million, or 60 pounds to the acre of parts per million, 60 parts per million of phosphorus, or over 600 whatever with potash. And they don't have to do a detailed analysis to tell you how much it is. 60 is a magic number because that's the agronomic. Above that level, we haven't seen any kind of very little response to added fertilizer. So they usually say, well, then you're greater than 60, you're good. You don't need any more phosphorus. Some might argue you might need some starter, but we can have that discussion later. But you don't need any more. But for manure guys, you don't know if that's 61 or if it's 601 because they don't go to that extreme. So manure guys, I've often said, you need to ask for absolute numbers. So that they give you the 140 rather than it's greater than 60. You can just get the greater than 60 and know that you're good, but you don't know how much you've left in the soil that you aren't taking any advantage of. But if you continue to add manure to it. So I didn't want to put that out. Now, earlier on, I pointed out that excess, optimal, marginal, and deficient. And basically, if it says it's deficient, there's a really high probability, 90% chance or more that you're going to be a crop response if you add that nutrient. If you do optimum, there's a moderate chance, 50, 60%, 70% of the time, there's going to be a response. if you add that nutrient, and yet you guessed it, once you get to optimal, we're getting to a low. We're 10-20% of a chance that there's actually going to be a response to that nutrient, and excess, very slim chance there's going to be a response to that nutrient. And that's not talking about an economic response, that's a pure crop growth response. When I say is that 90% chance that you throw nitrogen on when it's deficient, you're gonna get, the crop's gonna grow. So, that's what those ones mean. And then I'm gonna wrap up really quick. I wanted to point out a couple of the biological things that are being analyzed for these days. Soil organic carbon is a common one. Soil organic carbon and soil organic matter are often interchanged. Soil organic matter includes more than just carbon. It includes the nitrogen, phosphorus, and other material. This is strictly carbon. It is a way to measure the health of the soil, and this isn't going to change in a couple of years. The soil organic matter is not going to change in a couple of years. It takes time. A 1% increase in soil organic matter is putting about 100 tons of organic material into the soil per acre to change organic matter by 1%. So it takes time. The reason you might see jumps in it is because instead of sampling the soil, we pushed in some plant material. And it's, instead of stuffing out soil, we put in plant material. So soil organic carbon, as I said, it helps with soil structure, water holding capacity. It's just another one of those measures. Now this one, carbon mineralization, is another soil health test that we can do. We basically dry the sample, we add water, we measure how much CO2 comes off of it. As soon as we add water, microbes get active. There's a burst of CO2 release. So this is measuring the activity, the microbial activity in the soil. And you can do it really simply, where these were just examples where they got, this sample was 69 parts per million of carbon. The bare tilled tobacco field was 57, the no-till corn was 115, and it's really a reflection of how much microbial activity. And why do we care about the microbes? They're the ones causing the nutrient release from the soil. That's what our plants are feeding. The plants feed, the plants take carbon dioxide from the air, drag it down to the roots, release exudating the sugary material into the roots, the bugs eat it. In exchange, the bugs give the plant nutrients. So that's the cycle we're trying to encourage. And the more things we can do to encourage microbial activity, reduce tillage, cover crops, always having a ground cover, keep the soil temperature down. Adding livestock back into the system is another good thing, or manure back into the system. So there's things we can do from a soil health point of view. Really quick on the analysis, the recommendation, everything's done by yield curve. So we've done research where we've done, adding 10 pounds of nitrogen, 20 pounds of nitrogen, 40 pounds of nitrogen, 50 pounds of nitrogen, and we build curves. So behind a firm or behind any one of these labs analysis, they're using yield curves based on this soil level of nitrogen. And you want this yield, this much fertilizer goes on. So when we send in a sample for analysis, they're gonna say ask you some questions like your expected yield, what crop you want to grow, previous crop, etc. like that. It all goes into a model and it spits it out. And all of these factors are considered, the pH, the salinity, the soil group, the growing season potential, the water potential, all that goes into the recommendation that you would get for your soils. And this just happens to be one, it happens to be from ALS Laboratories, where they're giving you 209 bushel corn, that's 8.7 inches of rain, that's 12 inches of irrigation. There's a 50% chance that you're ever going to get that. But this is the fertilizer that they would suggest to do that. But if you wanted only 168 bushels of corn and 8.7 inches of rain and 80% irrigation, there's a 50% chance of that. And there it is. So that's how they build it. Now, I mentioned a program called the Firm. It's online. You get to it through a portal. The Alberta government has no access to any data in it at all. You get to go in. You do have to put in a lot of information about the field, the soil test, etc. But you can run different scenarios and different crops you wanna grow or different fertility regimes, you can put manure on and it estimates how much fertility you need to add. And it's got a great tool. We've just added a whole pile of things on how you apply fertilizer, so those 4 Rs is in there. So you can decide, well, what if I broadcast it? Or what if I banded it? Or what if I put it in a seed row? It gives you, issues on risks. Well, it's too much for the seed row, or you're short on phosphorus, or you're short on potash, or you're missing copper. So, take this fertilizer recommendation with a grain of salt, 'cause you might be low on copper, which is gonna be your limiting factor, not nitrogen. Now it is an economic tool as well, because it wants to know the price that you're gonna sell the grain for and the price you're buying the fertilizer for. And eventually tell you that at a certain point, every dollar that you're putting on, you're getting less and less of a return. And most people from a fertilizer point of view, wanna spend $1 and get $2 back. It doesn't make a lot of sense to spend $1 and get $1 back. Guys managing manure or guys feeding livestock might wanna do that, because they're not interested in $1 return, they're interested in a volume of feed. So they wanna put it off as far as they can. Everybody else is buying fertilizer might wanna do it for $1 investment, $2 return. Anyways, it's an economic model that helps make that decision about how much fertilizer to put on based on economics, and it also does the whole farm optimization. So which fields could I put my fertilizer on where I'm gonna get the biggest bang for my dollar? It takes some work to do the program, but it is great. Anyways. That sort of wraps it up. There's a whole pile of factors we can find soil properties, either through a traditional soil test or doing some of the added biological ones that look at the soil health to make better decisions on nutrient management. To get more money in the sense that it reduces your inputs because we're managing those nutrients. Soil tests can be used for a couple of different reasons. One of them is to diagnose problems, but the other one is to diagnose your own management practice. And when I say that, I mean, we put on manure on the fields. There's a whole pile of bunch factors involved in knowing how much manure to put on and how much nutrients are released from that manure. But we use a soil sample to see if my decisions have been good over time. So that was it, right before lunch. I'm sorry we cut into that.
You're good. There's no food back there yet. I don't know what the hiccup is, but I'm gonna go and check. Any questions? Yeah, you take questions, please, for a bit.
Well, hold it. I don't know if anybody else noticed this. He presented. And he just kept talking over the question. And he didn't look up and he moved on to the next speaker. Which I think was completely unfair to him, right? I don't have that. So,
You're filling in now.
Mentioned to ask for absolute numbers on your soil tests.
yeah, if the
With
lab,
the manure, so I need to request that, or will?
yeah, you
Okay.
just make sure when you call the lab, because someone's doing it now, and I don't know if you use down to earth, and I haven't seen a down to earth lab report to see if they use the greater than 60. But with ALS and elements, I ask for absolute values, which works for one lab. The other labs use a different term. But when you talk to them, just say, no, I want the actual number. I don't want you to stop at that 60 parts per million or 600 for potash and give me the greater than sign. I want to know my absolute value. Rob, just down to earth.
They usually, I've only ever seen them give the absolute.
Yeah.
It's a good question. I would pose that.
Yeah, because it was ALS and elements that were the two, not notorious, but they did it traditionally. They're the ones that spit out this greater than 60. It was keep the price down, and when I do it for research trials, or did it for research trials, they cost me $2 more on the front end to get the absolute number. Sorry.
Have you ever done any work with humates? Will they help you?
No, I have not done any work, Rob, what again, it's the same comments that you had earlier, and that some places they've seen impact, some places they haven't, and I haven't done any work with any humates being added as of Rob.
University of Saskatchewan's been, I think the work in Western Canada mostly there, and there is some new work started at U of A. But, well, I think they showed some benefits in some instances, you know, and of course there's that particular study at U of S they were putting on that were way above normally what would be recommended. I think some people are recommending humates at a level of trying to get growth regulation and some of those kinds of things that humates can potentially do. The work that was done by Jeff Shano at U of S. They looked at sort of, rates that would have influence on the soil. Chemical. Things like the cation exchange and some of those kinds of things. So that whole world of units and responsiveness in terms of crop response. I think U of A is trying to tackle some of that over the next few years.
Yeah. Well, like, and I've seen work where it's shown a positive, but it wasn't in field. It's mostly in lab, greenhouse, or degraded soils, but it's done in lab work, and once it's put outside, there's a lot of different influences that mask it so much that you can't tell. Same with the addition, there's a lot more products coming on the market for adding biologicals, like you can add millions of biologicals to your soil, and there is a lot of really good research identifying ones that fix nitrogen on their own without association with a legume or help with nutrient cycling. So they've found that, they've been able to profile them, and then now put it in the packages so you can add them on with your seed or in the seed row. And the research, the field work that I've seen done by it is not always by an independent company, it's usually by the company filling it. So question that, but they've shown in some fields benefits, in some fields others. Is it that product or was it the conditions? I'm not positive. On paper, the concept is good. We've seen it work dramatically with phosphorus additions that help with phosphorus release and with biologicals because they weren't present in our soils. They're not. So the cocktails being made now, I have no idea if they're in our soil or not. So it might be adding something very beneficial, but I have not done any work at all with them at all. I don't know, Rob, if they were all new when we were used to be here.
And we tested the nutrition and the data side by side. We did replicated trials, so the field scale 3 and 4 replicates randomized within fields. And we did it at 75% fertilizer nitrogen rate, and that's what we before we recommended it. So it was very involved trials, and we didn't see a statistically significant response at any of those 6 trials. There was an indication one site where at the lower fertilizer rate, it looks like it kind of brought things back up, but it was kind of, the statistical analysis of that said that it wasn't reliable, and so those are just examples of two of the products, Syngenta, Corteva, marketing products that we can put on at the Chinese sprayer crop. And it's a biological, it's a bacteria that, again, the science seems to indicate, I think good science, in corn especially, indicates that it associates within the plant with some atmospheric nitrogen, and N2 gas is fixed into ammonium within the plant that the plant can use. But we think in our spring crops, we think it's going to be something very low level of nitrogen, and we kind of get them balance. So it's really hard to show that in research trials, but it's encouraging to think that some of these things are coming. There's possibilities, but in so many cases, I'd rather be selling than buying.
And so you went off the tangent, you had.
Hey, Rob,
I was just gonna ask you to touch on P versus P2O5.
Rob?
Because when we get recommendations from down earth, they tell you that there's, say, 12 pounds of P in the soil, but then their recommendation is on P2O5.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. We do the same thing with phosphorus. We have to convert to P2O5, 2.29. Multiplied by 2.29. And you're saying they're getting example, you'll get K, total K, or total P, example. Okay, that's not P2, that's not P2. So it has to be converted to fertilizer K, because that's totally applied. So you're, good point, I didn't get, yeah, so they can bring nitrogen and sulfur. What's there, it's completely the same, the numbers, what they're telling you are the same form as fertilizer, phosphorus and potash are different forms. For potash, it's 1.2, total K, so K twelve, is 1.1. So I'm asking you, with some of the, so the hard question. On the job.
No, you're doing quite well.
Anyways, I obviously I'm a big advocate for soil sampling. There is an economic cutoff on how much and too much. If somebody said, what's the ideal soil sample to me? I'd probably say if you, depending on your field, like, I grew up in Saskatchewan. Everybody's fairly flat, we can probably get away with just a randomized sample, but as soon as you get some topography, I'd probably say, it'd be good to have tops, mid and bottom slopes separate for a field. I'm okay with the benchmark rather than just randomly taking holes, although I do a lot of randomly taking holes because it's the best way to see a field. I like 0 to 6, 6 to 12, 12 to 24 depth, but now we've gone to that's the most expensive. Micros, I might do it for our trial, we might do it once. Just get a sense. Maybe again, several years later, and you can live with a 0 to 6 of nitrogen and at least in between. But that's just me. I know economics changes. When we do some research plots, we've done a grid sample, which means we've taken a sample over every 2 acres. Which for the trial, and we were doing, it was Elks and Solberg, and the group were doing the work on sulfur and found it varied from having this 2 acres had 20 pounds, and this 2 acres had 2,000 pounds. And then you get a soil sample back saying, no, you're good with sulfur. 80% of the field could use sulfur, but because of that 2,000 pounds, yeah, you get nothing back. And you don't find that out without that grid sample. But the grid sample is now, I've made soil samples, it's said to be several $1,000s. The samples themselves are going to be $100 for every 2 acre piece, and then take somebody's time. Unless you got kids, take the 4-H project. Take somebody's time to do all of that. It's very expensive, but it tells you more about your land. And then you marry that up with any kind of yield monitoring or all that technology you guys have in your equipment. And you can do all that data that you can create and creates interesting.
Trevor, we're just gonna stop there. If you guys have any more questions for Trevor, when lunch comes, it's coming, it's just a little bit late, Chinese food, so I guess best laid plans. We'll get Rob to do his presentation right now, and then we'll have a clear shot through after Rob, okay?
You can pick me up a lot.
No, I like listening to you. And Rob, that down is forward?
Down this forward.
Yes. Does that make sense to you? Advance? Nope, hold on, I gotta do this. See if that'll work, Rob. There we go. Okay.
So, yeah, this last few months I've been helping, well, I guess it was started last summer when the on-farm action plan was being worked through by Ardar. I'll explain a little bit about who Ardar is in a second here. And so I've been working a couple hours a week, just kind of helping them, particularly with the nitrogen management and cover cropping. So we'll talk about this program, which is the federal government trying to provide some support to increase adoption of the practices that would influence greenhouse gases, improve carbon sequestration. And so the 3 that are supported right now in Alberta are nitrogen management, cover cropping, and rotational grazing. I'm not going to talk so much about the rotational grazing, but I'll touch on the cover cropping. I guess orders a little bit flipped there, but I'll talk about the cover cropping and then the nitrogen management. So what let me explain. I got in trouble for not saying who Ardar was at some of the other presentations. And so Ardar is results-driven agricultural research. And so this is an organization which is, I think, probably 4 to 5 years in existence now, maybe not quite that long. But what it is, it's run by producers, so it's enabling producers to determine priorities and lead research in agricultural research and adoption. And so it's arm's length from government, but of course it's taking government funding and then providing that to research organizations. And so examples in the South here, Farming Smarter would be a significant receptor of some of the RDAR funds. As would Lethbridge College, University, Agriculture Canada, so it connects the scientists, educational institutes, and private industry. What RDAR hasn't done up until this point is actually delivered on a program like this. And so this is not a research program, this is something very different. And so I think Agriculture Canada, I think when they approached RDAR with, would you guys be one of the delivery agents, particularly for Alberta? The other, of course, a really significant delivery agent for the off-cap funding would be Canola Council. Canola Council for the Western Canadian, for the Western Prairies, for the Canadian Prairies, their program is strictly on nitrogen management, and it would be strictly on canola as well. And so we'll kind of defer some of the questions a little bit. I'm not as familiar with the Canola Council program, but in terms of the RDAR program, one of the frustrations that you're going to experience with all of these programs that are coming down with respect to whether it's carbon offsets or whether it's something like this where they're providing funding to support new practices is that it has to be new to the farm or at least new to the field, right? So it's not, we're not talking about going in and kind of rewarding you or providing you with some support for the great things that you're already doing. We're saying, hey, would you like to improve practice? There's an opportunity. And a lot of the farmers I work with don't even qualify because they're already doing a lot of the things that are supported, right? So that's just one of the things that you need to know about this. It's really pretty significant funding, up to about $75,000 per farm over the 2 years of the program. 85% reimbursement of eligible funds. So in other words, to get that full 75, you got to spend a bit more, so it's 85%. There's a minimum project cost. To skip over this really quickly. No payment for in-kind. Again, another thing that Agriculture Canada wasn't wild about doing in-kind. RDAR definitely said, yeah, no, we don't want to do that. So, a lot of these things, you're doing these things, well, it doesn't cover your in-kind costs. And so it does cover the cost for someone like Jenny or a professional grower,logist, a certified crop advisor that would work with you on the project. And in fact, that's important because that's required. Agriculture Canada required that someone like Jenny or Jack Payne or someone who's a certified crop advisor or a professional grower,logist actually look at and substantiate whether that practice makes sense for your farm, for your situation. So they're having to look at that. And in some cases, that's someone you're already working with, there's no cost, but if you had to pay for that, that's an eligible expense. Now, really important because in the first year of the program last year, it was kind of retroactive. Things you did in the spring of 2022 or things that you implemented in the last fall. If you applied before last November, you could get funded for that. This spring, there's this logjam of, they're sitting on, I think they've got 450 applications in the last few weeks. It just opened up in February. And so, but you have to be approved ahead of when you actually start the project. And that's a real frustration for us on some of these things that really in the south here where we're going to be in the field here in 6 weeks time and some of these practices need to be, some of these applications need to get in and get approved. And you can, if the Chinese food arrived now and we quit the presentation, then that's important. You can get an application in, the details are all available online. But just understand that it's for work that starts after April 1st, or at least after your projects are approved. So you need to have that approval to go ahead. And I don't know how strict they're going to be on that, but that's the rule. I'm going to skip over this one. Maybe just that those three boxes on the top there, so you do need to run that template past a specialist. Someone that qualifies to look at that. I mean, you're gonna do the heavy lifting in terms of figuring out what you're gonna wanna do for a project, but you need to run that by somebody. And because you're gonna put their name on the bottom, you know, the application that you submit, it's probably important they know about it. And then you're gonna go on to what's called Argo, which is the online portal for Ardar. And that gets a little complicated. I know some of our friends and brethren that, you know, don't have access to computers and stuff to consult, so you're kind of working with them on this. But once you receive that approval, then you can go ahead and, of course, there's the follow-up, you know, getting the invoices in and getting paid in a timely fashion. Quickly on cover crops, because I know, like, most of us drylanders, irrigated guys here. Somebody, folks, well, covers, yeah. Always, yeah, okay. So the cover crops, it covers the seed costs for the species that you might be recommended by that expert. It covers the planting costs as well, but only for custom or equipment rental. So in other words, it doesn't cover, you know, again, if it's a new practice on the field, you know, you can seed it yourself, get seed costs, but you can't get anything for your planting. That would have to be where you're heading to get someone to seed that. Things like cover crops that are underseeded under your main crop or seeded after harvest, by way of example there. It can be grazed, but you need to manage that in such a way that there's, you know, about 6 inches of growth going into the fall. Now, part of this is, you know, I mean, everyone says, well, what if it isn't 6 inches? I mean, really, we're talking about putting in an application for aspiration. Sometimes we plant things, doesn't rain, especially in dry land, or something happens, we get an early frost. And so it's not like you're gonna be penalized if Mother Nature works against us next fall. But we need to be kind of intentional in terms of, you know, planting it, you know, before September 15th, which is, I kind of pushed to get that for irrigation in the south. Because if we're looking at it, you know, a potato crop or a bean crop, can we get something seeded on there? And, you know, we're not gonna have that harvested by September 1st, but really in the rest of the province, we need to be seeding and seed a bit earlier. New to field, new to farm. We'll touch on, if we have time, a couple of other things that sort of are similar to the cover crop, and that's the nitrogen management program, which we'll talk about, as a provision for seeding perennial legumes. Kind of pretty attractive. And then there's a rotational grazing BNP, which involves the seeding of legumes into a pasture that's kind of wanting for legumes, right? So if you've got a grass pasture, you want to get some legumes in there. I'm not saying we can always get forages established in a perennial pasture, because we can't go in and work it up and do it. It has to be planted in, but some of the things that sadly aren't supported in this is that spot grazing isn't supported, but some of the additional species we might plant that would provide some additional cover under that spot grazing situation in the fall is covered. So that's kind of a little bit of a gray area, but just a lot of people wanting swat grazing, and that's not there. Corn for grazing purposes, unfortunately, is not eligible. But there's a few people putting species in with that. Those species would be eligible, but corn grazing, sadly not. Winter cereals for grain production. If we're talking winter cereals for cover, then that can be grazed or harvested as even a silage aspect, but can't be for, you know, for grain production. That's one of the rules. And no cost for mechanical or chemical production fertilizer. There's a template when you go online. There's a template, and just by way of example, this would explain on the cover cropping. That template would have the information. You tick the boxes. You can see on the bottom there name of your specialist or designated person who's going to help with that project. So this, just by way of example, this is pretty straightforward to fill out. And then you probably, send a scan of that, send it to your, supporting agrologist to have a look at it. Does it seem like this makes sense? We're not talking about something onerous in terms of a sign off from our professionals, and that just really depends on your relationship with that person, but. I've signed off on a few of these, just had a look at it, had a conversation with the farmer over the phone. Sometimes that's gonna cost the farmers nothing, but if it's pretty straightforward, I won't even send it, you know. We won't even bother worrying about the cost of that. The end management, Trevor talked about soil testing, so if soil testing isn't a practice that was used on that field in, we'll say recent years, I mean, look at it. Almost all of our lands have been sampled, if you go far enough back, right? No, we've done some testing in the past, but I think what we're talking about is that in reasonable history, or so in the last 5 to 7 years, if you haven't been sampling, it's not gonna say that in the program information, but so it'll cover your sampling and then sending it to the lab. There's an amount, I think $100 per sample to get the analysis, a full analysis from that. Most of our soil sampling is done, you know, is hired out, and that custom sampler is sending that off for us, and so it's up to $300 per field. The soil mapping and testing toward the variable rate nitrogen is up to a maximum of $8 an acre for that service. And that, many of the service providers are much more than that if they're, you know, developing those agrionic zones with, you know, the M38 sleds and some of that. Needs to be at least 12-inch sampling depth, encourage deeper, and tissue testing as well, if you're doing split applications. Check work. So if you were in a situation, I'm gonna skip over this one, but really, I mean, if you were broadcasting fertilizer and you could get someone into custom band that, if you don't have the capacity to do that yourself, there's a maximum for fine of 15,000. Split application, there's no maximum on the split application, but it only covers where you would be getting, splitting some of that nitrogen from your, say, prior to planting into after crop emergence. So that the program does support that where it makes sense agronomically, covers the cost of custom application. This is kind of again, not a big thing on dry land in southern Alberta, this one probably more in central Alberta, but in terms of use of inhibitors, right? We're talking about protecting that nitrogen, particularly when we're broadcasting on the surface, with, you know, loss of ammonia, urease inhibitors. And then there's the nitrification inhibitors, which prevent that conversion from ammonium to nitrate. Right, so these are known in situations where it looks like there's some nice differences in terms of improving nitrogen efficiency.
So how come it has to be a dual inhibitor if they're
Yeah.
broadcasting, they should be using a higher percentage of BPD, if they're
Yeah.
on the ground, they should be using higher.
That's
CBD.
glad you asked, because why the dual? We've been fighting ever since the start. We've been fighting Agriculture Canada, ARDA, as well as Pinole Council. We're trying, why can't we just the federal, because agronomically, as an agronomist, we're gonna say, well, no, we don't need a dual. We just need either a urease inhibitor, or maybe we just need a nitrification inhibitor in the case of ammonia. But, you know, nitrous ammonia, yeah, so yeah, federal. Also covers the cost of ESN, that incremental cost of urea. Again, new to field, new to farm. And I see the Chinese producer. This one, we gotta talk about this one though, because Kevin's great presentation on that. It does, for land that hasn't had manure in the past 10 years. There's a catcher. No manure in the past 10 years covers up to $75 for transportation and spreading of that manure. Not for you to spread it yourself, but, you know, someone else to spread it. And catches, it has to be incorporated. So all the farmers I work with are no tilling, love the manure. So we're trying to convince ourselves now, no, incorporation or tillage on, you know, on no-till is probably okay now, whereas last year it wasn't. But because it's just, if you can get manure onto land that hasn't had manure in the past, it's so good. Like, it's like better than any other thing you could probably ever do. But
Just curious, how, it's the tillage, how
much
specific are they on the tillage
Yeah.
that we're getting? Can we just spread it and seed into it?
Well, I guess we
At that
have,
tillage?
Evan, you have to be right behind it with the drill. 48 hours.
Depends on whether they would go
Yeah.
through us.
Yeah.
Even heavy harrows,
Yeah.
under perfect conditions, and if if it's kind of compost and it's really fine, we have seen heavy harrows
Yeah.
do a good job of getting that incorporated in the top couple inches. So.
Gosh, I'm so happy you said that, Kevin. Because I know there's a couple farmers I look with, I think, the heavy arrow. And they're kind of looking into the fall window now, of course, after, nothing worse than heavy harrowing something that's kind of just a little bit rotted off in the spring, and make an aspect. Hey, yeah,
Its results good. We can't say that this implement will do the job every time. It depends on the equipment, so
Yeah.
its results, but under certain conditions, different
Yeah.
equipment types will work. well.
yes, yes. And so it goes beyond NRCD in terms of, now, we can put it on. We could put it on cane pasture or, no-till land with NRCD, but this one, Ag Canada has this going beyond that in terms of the requirements. And I will. So this increasing perennial and rotation, this is one that really, in the first year of the program, you had to have perennials on it for 10 years. But I mean, whether it's irrigated land or dry land, right now, if it's an annual crop production. And you're seeding a mix that would be at least 50% legume, then you would qualify for the seed cost, and then if you had to have a custom seed. So this one, and the seed guys at Ag Expo last week were so excited when I was making the brochures around and mentioning this to them. I said, "You're kidding, that's great." Because it does open up, that's the good thing is in terms of, we're not talking about new to field, new to farm, we're talking an annual crop production, because you can't go and work up an existing stand and see if you can get the seed costs covered. But we could quite easily
Sure,
end it there. If you
sure, you bet.
Let
You
me
bet.
I'm gonna skip over rotational grazing. It's a fantastic program if you covers the purchasing watering system. I mean, there's been more water buggies sold in Alberta in the last 4 months than there was in the last 5 years. Hydroet Colony up in the Peace Region makes these things. Important dates, I mean, it's open for application. It goes till November 30th in terms of application, so if there's funding around later in the summer, you're looking at soil sampling beginning this fall. That window is still there. But I suspect that nitrogen management one will be kind of sold out. That could be rotational grazing and cover crop one. There's opportunities that you can put in more than one application as a farm. Want to put in an application for the nitrogen management thing, but you're going to do something on cover cropping, maybe you want to try something this fall. You can do 2 different applications, get the nitrogen management one in as soon as possible. There's a website, and remember that those projects should be approved before you go and do the work, and that's kind of what they're trying to do. The folks that are busy now reviewing those applications and approving them are trying to get at the nitrogen management one, which is a pressing need. And I'm saying, hey, if it's in Southern Alberta especially. That's the farmers I work with.
Yeah.
But that's it.
Let's give Rob a round of applause. And I forgot, in my haste to keep things going, I forgot to introduce Rob. So first, this is Rob Dunn, by the way. And anyway, for all of you that don't know Rob worked with Alberta Agriculture for a lifetime. I'll just say it. He gave me my first job out of university. I was a very late bloomer. I come out of university at 28. But Rob now runs his company, and it's called FarmWise Inc., I believe. Is that correct, Rob? And so he's available to talk to, hopefully, over lunch, and you get his contact information today and talk to him further on. So the lunch is served out there. Please go help yourself, and apologies for that being a little late, but we'll run we'll run a little bit past 1 o'clock there for lunch. Just make sure, and probably 5 after we'll start getting going again. That clock is almost 3 minutes fast, so we're doing okay there. But Jack will have to be very fast, I guess. I'm just kidding. Ross, I'll have to beg his forgiveness. That's all. That's what's happening. So help yourselves to the food. Oh, by the way, over by the coffee pot there on the left-hand side, there's a box. full of these Warner County mugs or coffee mugs. Please, everybody grab one for on the way out today, or grab one now whenever you want it, but that's for yours to take home, okay? So, that's about it.
Here's the sign up sheet.
Oh, yes.
Or gets lost.
Oh, thank you very much. Oh, that's awesome. Good, good. Okay. And that. Well, Fred, you hungry? I'll sit beside you. You just got it. I know. I thought, last night when I was talking to you, I said, okay, just come and be yourself. because-
Michael.
Oh, okay, well, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, yeah, you bet. It's pretty good, eh?
Yeah.
Some pretty decent fellas. Every single one of them I work with and, did a lot of good stuff. Come on,
We'll
let's
just turn our table.
Sure. What am I doing here?
Well, no, well, there's lower back pain. That just goes wrong. We had about say, he's good at board meeting. Yeah, I just more of that. I don't think it's time. We had him speak at a meeting. So it's just. But yeah.
Okay. Speakers at the end of the day that are running a little late. Yeah, unfortunately, it's Chinese food. You're not the biggest Chinese food fan.
What do you mean?
Oh, I take it you are.
Not enough for me.
Because while we think somebody called when I was in meetings, you know, on the school, I want to call it. You can't see the top of everything. Wish I could find that. So cute. You got it. Yeah. I had a meeting last week about this. So I just dropped them off and this is my neighbor looking at it. By the way, they're it's right higher than the box. Yeah. It's 2014.
Stay up.
I mean, it's not my thing.
You called when we.
Yeah, so I was sure it was just wrong.
I do have.
It was put up
No, no, you're no wrong. I'm going to tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's.
Meeting last night. You got the message that I was going to get.
Yeah, I did, yeah.
Yeah. And Jamie.
Yeah, I did. When I'm living Crawford, I'm burning, just watching the fire, a good time. It was what that is. I'm really burning.
Right over here.
Could have been more. You think that, you know, it's like.
Must be the end of the month, I'll build it.
It's actually.
I remember this.
Keep in mind. It's keep fading.
Kind of a conservation. environmental.
No, not that one in particular. Funny conversation. We're on.
Yeah. You called us number 5.
But see, when they're. Probably all. With that. Yeah. You guys busy with?
Well,
That's there.
yes.
Oh.
Who's telling me that? Very burdened. Yeah, I mean.
Tomorrow, I have. Nice.
Yeah, Jenny. Forgot that I gave.
Whatever else I do. Very late. A lot of I hope that that'll be the first time.
Yeah.
My neighbor knows. Someone sending that. So young guy, he says, well, he'll actually go and put in. I said, I just. Pay for it. He said, oh, no, I just sort of said, oh, what do you need? What do you need?
Blueberry.
Yeah.
Michael Hawkins. Every once in a while. We're hoping.
I can, yeah, and like, so we have a thing. While in.
For the year.
So it's kind of like. That way. I don't know. Somebody.
Right up to that.
Yeah. They just look great. But I know that like. Grandma's are- Yeah.
Get the land sold because the guy. He's $1.4 million.
That's also this year. The other delivery lady.
Set up 17,000. That's right. He's right. Yeah. 7% interest. Yeah. How do raise 3 million? How long is interest rate was it? 2 years. They're trying to find people, you know, foreclosing on the left, right, and center right now. The banks need people to ask you.
Yeah, then you can. Right.
Yeah.
Are you running out to get a loan at 4.5%? IFCC loan went up 7%. Yeah. I didn't think I thought it was locked in.
Does it?
No, I didn't realize that.
Is that, oh, okay, okay, yeah, and getting used to the.
Oh, we probably won't get that. So that was.
And I think that is something.
Best thing is. Well. Right now. Well, he knows he did. Oh, yeah. Yeah. This guy is coming up here, right? What's his parents' name?
Yeah. Why not? Yeah. I went over there and observed the one that did happen. So I was like, it's a little I'll just try and work with my.
Yeah, so.
Good to see.
Yeah. Because this kind of is more stuff to us. Obviously, it's all.
Years.
Pretty much say it like, I mean, open it, you know, we're- There's a reason, well, I've done reading that, so you like to hear. Healthy for it. Long rest of you. It was a lot better than what.
Well.
Oh. Two raw eggs. Eat them, you gotta get the pot. Very good. Cool it, so that the grill in the back of the pot. Need a couple of steaks, but taste. Mistake on each time I did it. They don't feed. Understand how they mean it.
It's me too.
Well, we do this and then they say, later do that. Oh. That's right.
Otherwise. Right.
Really interesting. There's so many people involved with that. Been
Always that way.
been there.
You can't believe how many people I know that are all doctors. Dr. Jim Miller.
That makes a lot of sense.
Very old one. He's
Going back to the sixties, they were really.
Just really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, folks, while you're eating, I better get going here so we don't get too far behind. The end of the day, it's Dr. Ross McKenzie and I don't know if you ever incurred his wrath before. I haven't, but I've seen it and he's only about that tall, but he makes me shake though, so. And no offense to him. Our next presenter here, really good friend of mine. He's working with South Country Co-op right now. His name is Jack Payne. Jack is currently the Agronomy Solutions Manager for South Country Co-op. He is responsible for technical support, applied research trials, design and delivery of professional development programs for retail grow team advisors. Prior to joining the co-op, Jack was an operations coordinator with Farmers Edge, where he worked with farmers and agronomists on precision and variable rate agricultural practices. Let's welcome Jack. So Jack is going to give us 2 presentations in a row, and he's got a lot to talk about, so we'll just get going.
And Dwayne is giving me a hard stop because Ross is after me, so.
No, Jenny's after you, and then Ross.
Okay, so then it'll be Jenny that gets the wrath of Ross, okay. Well, thank you for the invite, Dwayne, to be here, and holy smokes, there's a lot of people I know here, which is gonna keep me honest. Trevor and Jenny and Madison and Regan, and holy smokes, this is gonna, so I won't be able to string any lines here at all. Glad to be here. I'm trying to think of with Rob too, if Rob's there, Rob and I started Alberta Ag at the same time. What happened to 30 years? I'm trying to think what happened to 30 years, because what I'm gonna talk about is some of the work that I did with Don Wentz back 30 years ago. What's old is new. And again, it's nice to be able to be here and talk about some of this, because obviously soil salinity has not gone away. Some things have changed, but some things haven't. So what I want to do, whoops, this advance.
Down is advanced, sorry.
Down is advance.
Yeah, it's backwards, isn't it?
So we're talking about soil salinity, saline soils, the processes that form saline seeps. There's different types of saline seeps. That's one of the things we never really got to talk about, because towards the end of our careers, we've done some salinity mapping and classified different saline seeps, but never got a chance to get that information out, because things went off the rails with Alberta agriculture in terms of the soil salinity program. And I want to touch on forages, because that is the tool to manage saline seeps. And the last few years, of course, I mean, with the dry conditions, but forage has been a very valuable commodity. And so if we can transfer some of that land from being unproductive into productive forage, it will certainly carry its load and pay the bills. So just to review, we got some certified crop advisors here, I know. We're going to talk about what is a saline soil. Soils that have got a high concentration of salt. I know a lot of times we refer to them as alkali soils, but they're actually a saline soil, and there is actually a fine difference between an alkali soil and a saline soil, but we know what you're talking about. What it is, the salt in the soil prevents the roots from being able to take up water and nutrients. It reverses the flow of water, actually. So even though the soil is wet, you get stuck in those saline seeps, plants actually die of thirst, because the roots cannot get that water from the soil into the roots along with the nutrients. And of course, we can end up with buildup of, nutrients, toxic, hard anions, hard heavy metals, that kind of thing. But basically, it's too much salt. And the readings, if you get on a soil test report, will be decisiemens per meter. The higher the number, the higher the salt content of the soil. So when you're looking at a soil test report, this is the categorization that they'll look at. They'll say if you've got an EC of less than 2, we really don't worry about that in terms of being a saline soil. It's relatively non-saline. However, some pulses, i.e. lentils, once you get close to 2, they don't like it. Okay, so you will see some crops, especially the legumes, that don't like that. 2 to 4 is what we call slightly saline. 4 to 8 is moderately saline. And when we get over 8 to 16, this is strongly saline soils. Typically, in here is where you see the white crusting. Those typical white patches that you refer to. At these lower levels, you will have a saline soil, but you may not see that white crusting. And so that's what we call invisible salinity. What's the extent of the problem? Again, there hasn't been a lot of work done on this since the days when Don Wentz and I looked at it. But basically, the last that we had with Alberta Agriculture is we said there was approximately 1.65 million acres of visible. That's probably on the low side now. Average size of the county in Alberta is what? Million and a half? So if you were to take all of the saline soils in Alberta and condense them into one spot, it would be county of 40 mile. End to end, side to side, solid weight. That's a lot of salt. That's a lot of saline land. That kind of puts it into perspective. Because it's spread out in these little patches, oh, well, yeah, there's a saline slough, whatever. Put it all together, we got a lot. Prairie wide, there's probably close to 5 to 6 million acres altogether, if you look at the other provinces. What about invisible salinity? And this is the work that Ed Canada did with Harold Steffoon at Swift Current. They're estimating that there's probably 9 to 12 million acres of invisible salinity, the stuff we don't see. I'll just say something. Those kosher patches that you see, you don't see white crusting, but you see a kosher patch, that's probably invisible salinity. That is probably a saline soil. Okay, so wherever you see kosher patches on an ongoing basis, that is probably an invisible saline seep. So what's the cause of this? Of course, Rob has heard me, because when we worked in Lethbridge, we had cubicles next to each other. So he would hear everything that I talked about, so he's probably got this memorized too, listening to me talk about it on the phone with farmers. But basically, the formation of a saline seep is a natural process. It's basically the movement of water and salt. And all of our soils have some dilute salts in them. That's just natural. The salts are there naturally. Here's the thing to remember. When we think salt, we always think of table salt, NaCl. That's not the typical salt that we've got in these saline seeps. Most of them are calcium, magnesium, and sodium solvents, sulfate salts. All right. You might have some sodium, calcium, and magnesium chlorides, but most of them are a sulfate salt. So when I'm looking at a soil test report and I see high sulfur levels, oh, well, that's great. I don't need to add any sulfur for my canola. Wait a minute. What's causing that high sulfur level? Is that good or bad? Then I'll look at the EC. Oh, you got an EC of 4? That's not necessarily a good thing. Basically, when they do the extraction, they separate the calcium and magnesium sulfate apart, and that sulfate shows up as sulfur on your soil test. Like I said, it's a naturally occurring process. This is a saline seep in a native range pasture. Okay, now if you were to break up the land around it and put it in annual crop, this would probably get way worse. But we've got saline seeps occurring on native pasture, native range. So dilute salts are not a problem. Concentrated salts are bad. And really it's water, groundwater, surface water, groundwater concentrating and moving those salts that causes the problem. So what do we need for a saline seep to occur? We need a source of salts. Well, that's already there in the soil. We need water to move it, concentrate it. And then we need evaporation exceeding precipitation. Well, that's not hard in this country. Not hard in this country. So in other words, more evaporation than we have precipitation. If you think of the last wet year we had, 2016, and if you think after 2016, 17, 18, 19, and 20, we saw a lot of saline seeps getting worse. That's because there was a delayed reaction. All that water in 2016 recharged the groundwater, and sometimes there's a delayed effect, a delayed reaction for that groundwater to transport and move those salts up, but it shows up 1 to 2 to 3 years later, and that's what we saw. So this is in red. This is the take-home point. Wayne, there's a quiz after this for you.
Okay.
Salinity is a water problem, not a soil problem. We have to treat the water problem, not the soil problem. Okay. So this diagram I drew hundreds of times at kitchen tables with growers, explaining how a saline seep forms. So basically the process is this: you got 2 areas. You got the discharge area. This is the white area. This is that saline seep. You've got the recharge area. Okay. This is the cause, this is the effect. So what happens is when we have precipitation. And that, oh, by the way, Dwayne, this is the first for me. This is the first time I've driven from Olds to Warner at this time of year in March, and there's snow the entire way.
Isn't that awesome?
If it can snow, it can rain. So when you get those wet years, when we get precipitation, it flushes the salts downward, moves them down, okay? Water goes down until it hits an impermeable layer, whether that be clay, bedrock, whatever, an impermeable layer. Water stops, can't go down any further. So what's it do? Builds up, builds up, builds up. And a lot of these geologic formations actually follow parallel to the soil surface. And so what happens is water runs downhill, even underground. So it'll flow downward. Till you get where you get close to the soil surface. And the magic number is, when that water table gets within 2 meters or less. That water gets within 2 meters of the soil surface, what happens? Water starts to move upwards by capillary rise. The same force that draws water up a tube. And then it evaporates. And what happens is the water evaporates. It's like those hot summer days, you're wearing a black t-shirt, you're working. Come back in and at summertime, you sit down and you go like, oh, look at the sweat stains in your shirt. Sweat evaporated, left the salt behind. And that's exactly what happens here. Only this happens year after year after year after year after year, accumulating more and more salts. We're talking decades, if not hundreds of years that occurs. So one of the things that Don Wentz and I worked on was vegetative control. You can do drainage. However, doing tile drainage, you gotta drain that water somewhere. You gotta work with the county, you gotta work with Alberta Environment. There's a whole bunch of hoops to jump through. Drainage isn't always that easy. But you can use vegetative controls. So what we like to recommend is using something like alfalfa that's deep rooted. Alfalfa also uses a lot of water. Alfalfa will root down 10 to 12 feet, taps into this water table. Okay, and then we put salt tolerant forages, grasses in the discharge area to try and use up the additional water there. So what we're trying to do is drop that water table greater than 2 meters. Once we get the water down below 2 meters, what can happen is we can get rain to flush the salts down out of the soil profile. Hopefully get enough that we can get something germinated in there and be able to at least grow something in there. So we're not going to get rid of the saline seed, but we're able to manage it. Salinity management is kind of like living with arthritis. Probably a few of us can hear the arthritis, right? You learn to manage arthritis. You can't get rid of it. So by flushing those salts down below 2 meters, hopefully get that water table down here, start to have snow and rain flush those salts down. Everybody looks at the saline seep, but because I'm a bit of a soil nerd, we looked at it as classifying, but actually the saline seep, there's different types of saline seeps. This is Dwayne's homework. He has to memorize this list.
It's on our website, everything.
Google, your best friend.
No, I mean, County of Warner website.
Oh, there you go. Okay, good. So, in the 90s, we classified them. And notice I'm picking on Carmen Gate here. I'm not picking on Warner County. Okay, I'm gonna pick on Vulcan. There's a set of maps. And it would be nice if we could get them real time, that you'd be able to have GPS coordinates and satellite imagery and everything in there, but unfortunately they're not, but they are still on the open, or yeah, it's still called World on the Web, I think. Or whatever it is. Wherever, wherever, still on the Alberta Ag website, okay? They will come up as a PDF, okay? So for those of us that know legal land descriptions, okay, you'll find the townships. So if you remember, you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, you know, you zigzag back and forth. Section numbers aren't listed, but you know, you should be able to figure out what section. Anyway, what I'm showing here is on this particular township, there's 4 types of saline seeps. 4 types. And this, by the way, these are visible saline seeps. This doesn't include the invisible salinity that's there. So they're color coded. So by color coding them, there's a legend that talks about what you can do to manage those saline seeps. Some we can't, some we can. There's gonna be, I'll be honest, there's some that we can't manage, but there are some we can, and that's what I want to share with you in the next few minutes. Or another time. So contact saline seeps, kind of the general mechanism, the water table builds up, flows down slope, and your saline seep, you know, occurs in that depressional area where it's less than 2 meters, right? The strategy here is to put salt tolerant forages in the discharge area. Plant alfalfa on the upslope, hoping that that alfalfa roots down, starts to suck up some of the water in that water table and drops it. This one you could use tile drainage if you can get the approved permits and all the hoops or whatever. And the thing is with tile drainage, you gotta have some place to drain the water to. You gotta have some place to take that saline water and put it to. You might have to create a holding pond. Again, that always been the design and the plan. Slope change salinity is sort of the same thing, but a little different. If you ever see a saline seep on the middle of a hill, not at the very bottom, sort of on the mid-slope position, that might be an indication, again, of slope change salinity. Again, the water table is getting within 2 meters or less of the surface. And again, this is another one possibly where tile drainage, but vegetative controls could have some effectiveness, okay? So what I've done is I just gone into, I took the map and I went to some selected locations on the map with the different classifications of seeps. And this one is a contact saline seep, a big one. Oops.
Battery maybe? You want me to advance?
Oh, I got her. There we go. So in that yellow area, you know, try and plant salt tolerant forages if you can, again, if it dries up enough that you can get in there. But in the upslope area, and the thing I can tell the upslope area is when you look at it, you know, there's evidence of water runs. So we know this is all upslope. This is upslope, this is the mid slope. So what I would do is I would just square that whole thing off. If it was my farm, I would just square the whole thing off and say, I'm putting the salt tolerant forages in here. I'm gonna plant alfalfa here. So let it dry. Then we've got what we call outcrop seeps. And outcrop seep is a little different because what it's got is it's sandwiched between 2 layers of bedrock. So that water may be coming from a long ways. The previous types of seeps have local recharge. These might be what we call a regional recharge. And it's going to be hard to manage this because there's a lot of water coming through here. And again, there's really no opportunity to use any kind of vegetative controls. Best thing to do possibly would be just try and get forages in there if you could. And this is an example of that. You notice when you go back, these will tend to occur on a mid-slope position, okay? Sort of on a mid-slope, the lowest down here. You can see where this bedrock, because bedrock will run as a layer out to the side of the hill. You can see exactly where where the bedrock is. Right there, okay? This one, what I would do with this, rather than trying to farm that jigsaw puzzle, I just say plant that whole corner to salt tolerant forage. Why try to farm around that jigsaw puzzle? Because this is the visible salinity. There's a lot of invisible salinity in here. I would just say, let's just turn this whole thing into forage. We do have artesian salinity, and this one is one that you certainly can't, manage because basically artesian is water under pressure. And so what's happening again is you got a situation where the groundwater, pardon me, hit wrong and these sponges are too close together. Water gets sandwiched. And as it gets sandwiched, you create pressure. Try to push more water through a smaller opening, you create pressure. Well, what happens is if there's a fracture, oops, these buttons. If there's a crack or a fissure in there, poof, it it just comes up as a flowing well. Bubbling out of the ground. Not much you can do with this one. I know they were talking about at some point, well, you could drill a relief well. Okay, so you drill a well in here, now you've created another opening, now you got water bubbling out of it. Where's that going? Now you've just poked the bear. Now you've just made the problem a whole lot worse. There are a few of these around. This one actually, someday, Rob, if you come up my way, I'll take you out to, by Bicycle Way. There's a couple of saline seeps right here. And there's a big pond up here. This is the upslope area. These are artesian flows. And what we've got there are soap holes. Soap holes are like quicksand, only it's clay. And I remember Don Wentz did a video many, many years ago, took some planks, laid it out onto the soap hole so that you don't break through because it's quicksand. You'll go to your neck. Take a fence post and do like Superman. You can push it right down because there's no bottom to it. Depends on where the bottom of that is. It could be 10 feet deep, it could be 30 feet deep. Soap holes, they'll find all kinds of remnants of cattle, deer, elk, mastodons, that kind of thing, because they are literally a death trap. This one is at Horseshoe Canyon. I found it, and it's actually the inverse. It's almost like a volcano because the water is pushing upwards. It's actually got a mountain because it's pushing upwards. And we took a rock about the size of a volleyball. I got about from where it's going, because that's as close as I wanted to get. We threw it, and it just went boom, gone. Like just if you walked out into it, you'd be a goner. So. Anyway, so not much you can do about those. Depression bottoms, so these are what we call coulee bottoms. You see them all in the depression areas when you do the old glacial meltwater channels. Again, you got groundwater underneath, pushing the salt to the surface. There's not much we can do with those. And to be quite honest, most of them are already surrounded by pasture anyway. So again, you could want to try and establish forage in there, but you know, are you going to accomplish anything? Basically, it's an area that's written off anyway. Slough ring salinity. We don't get too much of that here. Central Alberta, we do. And the mechanism here is if you think about a pothole, Central Alberta, anybody that's gone up through Wainwright, Provost, and through there, got all those potholes with green of willows around them. What do we do when we farm? We're going to farm right to the edge. So what we do is we compare out the willows, poplars. Those willows and poplars were actually keeping the water contained. Now with nothing there to use up that excess water, the water would seep out of the pothole and create saline seep around the outside of that slough. Here's an example of one. This one is on a piece of ground where they left the trees. You'll see there's an depression area, they left the trees here. This one, they took the trees out. And you'll see you got this ring of salinity around that pothole. So if they were to ask me what I would do, here's what I would recommend. I'm not sure if it would work, but it's worth a try. What I would do is I'd plant a band on the inside of alfalfa, where it's non-saline. And then the orange band is where I put salt tolerant forage right into the white. Whether it would work or not, I don't know, but if you don't do anything, you're always going to get what you always got. This is irrigation salinity. Now, a lot of our salinity with irrigation had come from previously from irrigation canals that were leaking. Most of the irrigation districts have done a really good job of preventing that. So this basically, all these saline areas here are just natural seeps that have been aggravated by putting on an additional 12 to 20 inches of water the ground never experienced before. What could you do here? Drainage, or, you know, like you look at this corner, I would probably maybe just try and establish forages all in this corner rather than trying to farm, grow barley, a really poor barley crop. So I just wanted to touch on using forages. This actually is a field south of Tabor that I came across this summer. I was asked to scout some canola for this farmer. And I'm going across these sections and I'm going, why have we got a patch of hay out in the middle? Like it's not even squared off. It's just in a regular shape. Well, I get out there Well, the foxtail barley is my first hint. I'm going, this grower has been proactive. He seeded in a salt tolerant forage blend, AC Saltlander. And I followed that through. I never go anywhere without my Dutch auger. We had grass that high last summer. About 14 acres is what he had in there, and I counted 25 bales came off of that. So basically, unproductive land that he took 25 bales off, that in an AC Saltlander is a great forage. So, Dwayne, I'm leaving this with you, so if you want to make PDF copies. Sure. Or you want to take that table and put it on your website for the growers, absolutely. This really is sort of our recommendations for salt tolerant forages. Anything above, pardon me. Anything above the red line, this is where we would be dealing with any certain area that is an EC of 8 or more, okay? These are all very salt tolerant forages. Just to give you a reference point, there's foxtail barley in terms, there's foxtail barley in terms of the salinity ranking, okay? AC Saltlander is just as salt tolerant as foxtail barley. Tall wheatgrass is next, but you know tall wheatgrass, that stuff's like bamboo. It's not very good. If you want to use it for a wildlife refuge, white-tailed bucks love to hide in that thing. So if you want to, just or pheasant, they love it too. But for grazing, I mean, it's great. When it's small, it's palatable. But holy smokes, when it gets big, it's terrible stuff. Smooth brome, slender wheatgrass is one of my favorites to put in a blend, and the reason it is because slender wheatgrass establishes very quickly. It's a great grass. Some of your other grasses are slow to establish. Slender wheatgrass will establish in the first year or two, give you ground cover. It'll help out compete the kochia. It gives you something to build on. Tall fescue, Russian wild rye, meadow brome, hybrid brome is in there. Just a word, I've seen some salt saline blends, and they'll have a whole bunch of Altai wild rye, intermediate wheatgrass, Dehurian wild rye. Unless it's mildly saline, don't even waste your time with these in there. They kind of put them in the blend, I think, just to get rid of them, to be honest. Dehurian wild rye is a great grass. Don't get me wrong, it's a great grass, but it's just not really the best fit for a saline seed. And like, typically orchard grass, again, those are adapted to irrigation, right? When you're looking at any of your legumes, go with an alfalfa. Because it's tap rooted, it uses a lot of water. And again, it works very well, and it's probably the most salt tolerant of your legumes. Take home point. If you're cropping an area and you're seeing that it's too, if the barley is petered out when you get towards the saline seed, you'll never get alfalfa to grow in there. If it's too salty for barley, it's too salty for alfalfa. That's your bioindicator. Okay. Again, I don't like shotgun blends. I don't like blends with 5 or 6 grasses in there, to be honest. Why not plant 3 good ones? Go with the ones that are going to do great and stick with them. So, some of my examples would be Saltlander with slender wheatgrass and some smooth brome, Saltlander with rye or meadow brome, Saltlander with Russian wild rye, slender wheatgrass. Or if you're not worried about, like I say, you want to grow tall wheatgrass to hide place for Dwayne's bucks, you could use that with smooth.
Let me know where they are, please.
Anyway, that is always, in fact, actually, when I worked with Don Wentz, that was our recommendation. Take the 3 or 4. Just about done. There's been a lot of talk over the years about using amendments to cure saline soils. The amendments may provide temporary relief, because what they do is they provide some nutrients that the crops can't get. But there are none of these that are going to get rid of the salt out of the soil. Again, it's a water problem, not a soil problem. get proactive. Look at your fields, consult some maps, talk to your agronomist, talk to your ag fieldman. There's lots of help out there. I'm still in the game, so please, if you wanna phone me, I'm here. I love talking soil salinity. Alfalfa in the dominant recharge, salt tolerant grasses in the discharge.
Good job.
I went a few minutes over time, Dwayne, but.
No, you're good. Yeah, that's exactly 30 minutes.
What's the question on calcium chloride, Jack? Have you ever had any experience with that? Has it been?
There's been some application of calcium chloride, they say it does help with dispersing, but again, calcium chloride is in a way a salt itself. So, I've never seen anything that's truly effective. There has been people, using as well of gypsum in situations, and this came from, the oil patch, where they would have a brine spill from an oil well of water down below, where they would apply gypsum. But again, the calcium is trying to disperse some of the sodium, but again, that's a sodium salt. So the calcium will knock the sodium off of the soil colloid so it can be flushed down, but usually again, where there's an oil well, you've got a net downward movement of water that the rain and the snow will flush the salts down. As long as you got water coming up, you can't flush the salt out. So as long as there's water coming up, you can't flush them out of the pool water.
Could you recognize seep areas with high fertilizer due to the salt index of fertilizers?
Pardon me, but
Could it aggravate the seep areas with high fertilizer application due to the salt index of fertilizer line?
Actually, yes, I mean, when you think about it, a lot of the saline seeps, I've both sampled them. You'll have 400 or 500 pounds of nitrogen, 80 to 90, 190 pounds of phosphorus. Because in the dry years, usually they go through with an air seeder or something and didn't shut the fertilizer off. And seeded right through it, and then of course, there's nothing growing there to use up the nutrients. But yes, the salt in the fertilizer itself, well, certainly wouldn't help. It would not help, no. No.
And it's one of the nutrients that more easily exposed to in that recharge discharge that you're describing it. So it's kind of one of those ones that's almost more quickly getting there.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was always amazing to see those really high nitrate levels in there.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, in the interest of time, Dwayne, I'm gonna move on.
You're ready to go, bud.
Okay. So I just wanted to touch a bit on soil pH, and the reason for this is I'm mature,
Oops, did I laugh that loud?
and there's a lot of mature people here I see in the audience too. Mature enough that I have seen a change, a shift in what's happening in soil samples coming out of southern Alberta. So I just wanted to touch a little bit on what I've seen, because I remember, well, Kevin and Rob, you would remember Blair Shaw, and I remember when I was a rookie DA, I'm going, how does that guy know all this stuff? How did he know all this stuff? Well, because he's been around, he knows a thing or two, because he's seen a thing or two, not realizing, holy crap, I'm like Blair Shaw now, like, I've seen that thing or two. So I've been around to see things change, and this is what I want to talk about, is the change we're seeing on soil tests. Okay.
Oh, maybe I got, you okay there?
Now it's not, oh, there we go. Okay, in early January in the Western Producer, there was an article where a reporter interviewed some Scotsman by the name of Ross McKenzie. And this Scotsman said, we got a problem with acid soils happening in the prairies. And Ross, basically said, I know you can't read this at the back, but however, over the last 25 to 30 years, with the shift to reduced tillage and increased rates of nitrogen fertilizer, the soils in Alberta and other parts of the prairies have likely become more acidic. It's really a concern for farmers across Western Canada, in my opinion. Ross would always put, in my opinion, and this was a Rossism. Ross always said, you cannot be sued for an opinion. So, but when this came out, I'm going, yes. Not that I'm happy about acid soil, but I'm going, yes, this is the point I've been trying to bring up, because here's what we're seeing. Vulcan, in 2016, we had a variety trial behind the terminals at Vulcan. And this is a variety trial. We had 10 varieties in there, and all of a sudden we got a patch where the stuff's not growing. We're going, what the heck's going on here? And it's abrupt. Everything's growing great, then it all peters out. And then we had these weird symptoms, cupped leaves, chlorosis of the edges of the leaf. We're going, this chemical, is it herbicide? Is it nutrient? What's going on? Good agronomy, what do? We do everything. We sample. No tissue test. Manganese toxicity. Too much manganese. And I'm going, what? At Vulcan? That's a northern Alberta problem. That's Melfort, Saskatchewan problem. Like, our soils at Vulcan are 7.8, 8.5, 8.2 pH. You get manganese toxicity, 5.3. We're going, what? Is this right? 2019, well, so the ground. And I'm going, same thing, same pattern. Growing great, and then you got these patches where it just peters out, and you got erotic cupped leaves. Same thing. Manganese toxicity, 5.2 pH. The ground. So we've got acidic soils. Back in the day when Rob and I were youngsters, you'd have the odd soil test we come across, we say, well, that's just the one off. Okay, they got 5.6 pH. Oh, yeah, just an isolated boo-boo somewhere. That's one off. They're not one off anymore. I get a lot of clients, or not clients, but co-ops from around Hannah, Westview Co-op. They circulate, ask me for my opinion. pH 5.7. This is a composite on a half section. Composite. That means some areas are more acidic than that. Same farm, 5.3. There were 16 soil tests taken for this farm. 5 of them came back with acidic soils. A third of their fields are acidic. That's when I go, whoa, what's going on? Madison, where are you? This is yours. You're famous, yes. Broxburn. 5.4 on irrigation. That's acidic. This is the one that takes the cake, though. This is the one that really shook me up. 4.9 in 0 to 6, 6 to 12, 5.5. Even the subsoil is acidic. And that's Medicine Hat. Medicine Hat. We're not talking Peace River. We're not talking Barhead. We're talking Medicine Hat. This is the one I go, whoa, that's a wake-up call. So what happens when we got acidic soils? Normally this would be something we never talk about in Southern Alberta because it wasn't an issue. When you look at the Corn Belt of the US and in Ontario, they've been dealing with acidic soils for years. Here's what happens. When you've got acidic soils, a pH of 7 is neutral. Hydrogen ions and the hydroxyl ions balance. Okay, it's not a ratio, I'm just putting it in there for illustrative purposes. When you get high pH soil, an alkaline soil, there's more hydroxyl than hydrogen. Okay, this isn't again the exact ratio, this is just for illustrative purposes. What happens? Phosphorus becomes less available. Some of our micronutrients become less available, and that's typical. Usually where we see micronutrient deficiencies are on soils that have a high pH. Zinc, iron, that sort of thing. When we go to the other extreme, the hydrogen ions dominate, there's fewer hydroxyl, and look what happens here. Again, on the other end, we start to see less phosphorus, but here's the issue. Manganese and aluminum become much more available to the point they become toxic. They become toxic, okay? What happens as well, when you get into these acidic soils, it's too acidic for the root hairs. The root hairs, which are the lifeline of that plant to take up nutrients. Also the mycorrhizae, valuable fungal organism that takes up phosphorus, doesn't like an acidic environment. Because what do we do when we preserve things? When we pickle things? We use acid to preserve them, right? Microorganisms won't grow in acid. That's why we pickle things. Well, that's what's happening when you get into really low soil pH. You've got pickled soil, okay? But the other thing, is all of our microbial processes, like mineralization, are also slowed down because, again, the microbes that like to do that This is too acidic for me. So it does have an impact on reducing nutrient cycling. The use of fertilizer, especially nitrogen fertilizers, contributes to that, and that's the reason we've seen a shift. When we started farming, we didn't use that much nitrogen fertilizer. We've increased our use of nitrogen fertilizer, and here's what happens. When we apply urea or anhydrous to the soil, that converts to ammonium, which is a bioavailable form of nitrogen. Plants can use it. But what happens is that ammonium sits in the soil, combines with air and water to eventually become nitrate, which again is a bioavailable form, which is good. But you see what happens? The hydrogen that was on here is now kicked off, and it goes into the soil solution. Increase the concentration of hydrogen ions in the soil, you acidify the soil. So that's the process. Again, other things can happen. When we don't till the soil, Rob, we don't mix it. And so if there's no mixing action, that accumulation of hydrogen ions where we're placing our fertilizer bands builds up, builds up, and builds up. It makes sense, right? Because it's not being mixed.
Mhm.
And the other take-home message of this is pH is an algorithm or a logarithmic scale. In other words, a pH of 6 is 10 times more acidic than a pH of 7. And a pH of 5 is 100 times more acidic than a pH of 7. It's exponential. Okay. So when you see 4.9, you go, whoa, because that's serious. The other take-home message I just, when I was doing this, a lot of work has been done in Montana, because the same thing is happening in Montana. Montana didn't have a problem with acidic soils like the US Midwest. They were like us. That was the crux. There's that there. Very similar. What they found in Montana State University has been doing a lot of work on this. They've been finding, yes, there's been a progression of more acidic soil showing up in Montana. And they also looked at the tolerance of crops. And this one, I think, as we are in pea and lentil country, when you get down to a pH of 5.2, 5.4, you can see a 30 to 40% reduction in your pea and lentil crops. It's because in an acidic soil, the rhizobia bacteria that form those nodules in the lentils and peas, too acidic for them to form nodules. So what happens is your peas and your lentils are not fixing nitrogen from the atmosphere, and so they start to go nitrogen deficient. The reason I put this in here though is because of my salinity talk. Same thing happens with alfalfa. Acidic soils are not friendly to alfalfa either. So if you're talking with your agronomist and you've got some issues with areas of your field not producing lentils well, could be invisible salinity, or it could be acidic soils. Couple possibilities. This is why this needs to be studied. Ross was suggesting that. I think we need to have some studies done in southern Alberta to determine the extent and the severity of the acidic soils that we've got, because they are here. There's not one on. Just to shift gears slightly. Phosphorus. We've been talking about phosphorus crisis for a number of years. That hasn't changed. This was from the last study that the IPNI, International Plant Nutrient Institute, did. They would basically look at soil labs, but basically 60% of the soil samples or tests coming back from Alberta were phosphorus deficient. Saskatchewan, they were 80%, and Manitoba was 64%. I found this data. This is Stat Canada data. Now I know somebody's already discredited the government of Canada once, but some stuff is maybe credible. This is Stats Canada information from 2007 to 2020. And what it's looking at is Western Canada, the amount of nitrogen applied and how much has been removed in pounds per acre. And you can see since 2007 to 2020, we've increased our rates of application of nitrogen, which makes sense. We've got better varieties. We're going for higher yields. We used to shoot what, for a 30 or 40 bushel canola crop. Now, Jenny, what is it? What's your target yield?
In our area, it's usually 40.
Around 40, yeah. But, typically, if you get 30 or 25.
Yes, that used to be.
25.
Huge.
25, you're doing high five. But we push things. We push things with yields. And so what you're seeing on here is the application of nitrogen fertilizer and removal. So this is pretty good because we are still, in other words, applying more nitrogen than we're removing. Okay? When you look at phosphorus, it's the other way around. It's the other way around. Basically, here's what we've been applying and here's what we're removing. We've got a deficit. We're pulling more phosphorus out than what we're putting back. And that trend has been going on for a number of years. So again, we can only do that for so long. You can live off the interest in a bank account, but when the bank account goes dry, there's nothing more to draw on. And that's what I'm a little bit afraid of with phosphate. The soil tests. I know some of you at the back won't be able to see this, but I'll point this out. 6. That's a 1. That's a composite soil test. 1 pound of available phosphate. The soil's exhausted. There's nothing. Even the 6, with 6 pounds, you're pulling some cores that have got nothing. Madison, this was, you guys had the record up until the 1 pound. This was from Broxburn, 4 pounds I saw a few years ago. Being that had me a little bit worried, but yeah, Medicine Hat's got the record now for the lowest phosphate. But these are atypical, obviously. We may not hold a cherry pick the worst ones, but it just kind of shows you how bad it can be. So, are we applying enough phosphorus? You know, when you look at what we're putting down, somewhere in that 20 to 30 pounds per acre, is it adequate? And I'm glad Ross is speaking after this. I learned from Ross though. Phosphate, the year of application is only about 15 to 30% efficiency. It's not conspiracy theory. That's just the hard fact of high calcium soils that the phosphate gets tied up. We don't lose it. It'll be released slowly, but in that year of application, we're only getting 30% at the most of that phosphate back. So, to summarize, Wayne, how am I doing?
You're doing really good.
15 years of teaching 50-minute lectures. Yeah.
I knew you did.
What are your thoughts on some of the synthetic phosphates being produced, something like Crystal Green or the Syntrax or those product lines?
Crystal Green, well, first of all, it's very expensive. It's different. It doesn't tie up in calcium as do other phosphates. It's a different mechanism. Basically, the root exudates. In other words, the hydrogen that the root gives off actually triggers the release of the orthophosphate from Crystal Green. So at least Crystal Green doesn't tie up. So if it's still there, it'll still be available. The only other thing I guess I would say in terms of other phosphate fertilizer sources, again, orthophosphate is orthophosphate. Whatever the blend is or whatever the product is, it may be in a prill that's layered like an onion with homogeneous nutrients on a single prill. But phosphate is phosphate. Again, it's the rate. What do you need? What's your target yield, or what's the yield that you pulled off the field, and how much has been removed by this? By the way, manure is a great source of phosphate. It is. Yeah, I better not tell the story or I'll never get done. Anyway, I agree with Ross. This is my opinion. Acidic soils need to be studied. I think we need to get our head around. Because again, the last that I saw from Fertilizer Canada was we're still only soil sampling 30% of our fields. That means 70% of the fields are out there that we don't know anything about. We don't know what their nutrient status is. Are they acidic? We could have hidden acid soils out there. Again, what was the strategy last year when we had $1,200 phosphate? Cut it back or cut it out. Now, if you've got good phosphate reserves in your soil, you can live off of that because you got reserve in the bank account. But we can't do that very long either, or we're going to seriously cut into that reservoir of phosphate that's in our soil. And are we going to be able to correct deficiencies? Just my thing for, guess I'm a soils geek, I'm sorry, but I love soil sampling. A lot of people hate it. I like it. When I worked for Farmer's Edge, I actually almost got fired by our soil sampler. And the reason is because I said, I want a soil sample, I want to use the truck with the hydraulic probe and the GPS and everything. So he's sitting in the back eating his lunch. I'm driving along pulling cords, then I hit the binders. He goes like, what happened? What happened? I'm going like, holy crap, look at this. What are you talking about? I said, soil map. I said, there's a line. I said, I'm right on the line. He said, yeah. Well, I said, look in the field. I said, you can see the line. And then I get out and I'm taking pictures and this. He just wants to pull cores, right? Like, he said, you keep this up, partner. He says, I'm firing you because we're not gonna get these fields done. And then of course, the other thing is I'm pulling up a core, I get a core. Oh, wow, look at that. I sit down. I gotta take a picture of this. You put the damn core in the bucket. I want to get home tonight. Oh, yeah, don't send the soil geek out sampling. Or tell stories with soils.
Awesome. Let's thank Jack for his presentations, and we'll take questions right after.
Then we'll be back again.
Oh, yeah, good time, good job. You did a great job.
Yes, Rob.
So Jack, so we, of course, the long-term no-tillers that I work with, so we've kind of been watching this, as you say, the declining pH, and so we sampled a whole bunch of sites and did baseline sampling, and bulk density and all that, so it's carbon inventory, but we've been looking at that. So 2-inch increments, and it's in that 2 to 4 inch increment in a lot of the soils where the pH is down to about sometimes 4.7 to 5.2, and then it's where we've been putting the nitrogen down, sort of in that maybe 2-inch depth or thereabouts. So you put the nitrogen down, and then those biological transformations are happening, and so like you say, these, whether it's hydrogen or whatever, those cations, the positive charged elements, they're not moving very far from where we put them or where they're created. So it was amazing to me just to see that, to do that. And, we've been putting the line on, just to test, trials and lines and line on this with 8 beat line, sugar beet lines, stents, sugar beet line from the factory, and then monitoring that over the years and doing the soil sampling. And we're seeing modification of pH. But the crazy thing is that we're not differences in yield, but 9 months old. It absolutely is an area that anything we can do to get more research in this area to see, number one, it's part of this characterizing it. Yes. In the landscape and in the soil landscape. The other thing is understanding the impacts of it. Yeah. And outside of the classic sort of trials that have been done. And then, of course, if we have to start putting lime on, how often, maybe every 20 years or 25 years, and that's a big investment. And we're doing it on sites where it's not incorporated. The encouraging thing is that we're modifying that pH down 4 to 5 inches with surface of white lime, which we didn't expect at all. Yeah. And so is that biology? I don't know. Yeah. I told the guys that we're gonna have to incorporate this, but we'll do it. Let's try it and see what happens. And it's been very encouraging to see that at least. But we've got to do so much work on this. I agree.
And I think the whole thing about liming, because they realize that liming is a possible mitigation for clubroot, but it's also a possible mitigation for Aphanomyces. But the other thing is, we always thought, okay, well, we don't have acidic soils, clubroot's not an issue down here. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, we got some acid soils. So is that going to be, yeah.
And it's very localized,
Yes.
And on irrigation, there's not a problem really because we put a lot of lime irrigation on it. But it's on dry land of all things where we put high nitrogen rates. And right, the pH is for the orthic profiles with the profiles we're at 6.5. Those have now dropped a full point over 25, 30 years of no-till and high nitrogen.
It's something that's, I wish I was 30 again. We should start studying.
Boy.
Don't we all?
Well, everybody put your hand up.
Say once in 4 years, is that gonna help mix things up for the acidity or whatever? Depends on the depth of the tillage though. Because where is that coming, I mean, that's where you need the soil sample, you need to measure the pH, and that's getting back to Trevor. You know, for cost efficiencies, we've done a lot of 0 to 6, 6 to 24.
Yeah.
But a 6 to 24, where in that 18 inches, if you found high, like you're saying, Rob, you found it in the 2 to 4 inch, so even a 0 to 6, you're getting a reading at 0 to 6, but you've got a narrow band in between, so. Like Trevor said, I think, go back to the old thing, 0 to 6, 6, 12, 12, 24. It's extra work, but again, you read what you sow. So. And I like soil sampling too, but man, when you need 3 depths,
With the Dutch auger 30s.
Not gonna change, or if you do that investigative sampling, you probably don't need to do that very often, but you wanna do it absolutely properly. You don't wanna be with that guy who was in a rush, like Jack said.
Nope.
So you wanna kind of do it, maybe even yourself, to be able to characterize at those shallow depths, like 0 to 3, 3 to 6, 6 to 12, for example, then you're gonna know.
Okay. If anybody has any other questions, maybe catch Jack after, if
Yeah,
that's
I'll
okay,
hear.
Jack. And we'll just get going with the next presentation. Jenny, that clicker's right over there. Yes, thank you, guys. The bottom arrow is to advance, okay?
Was it bad?
You betcha. So I'll just introduce you here. So Jenny Seward, grew up in the county of Warner, farming and ranching. Her love for agriculture has kept her in southern Alberta. After working in ag retail for nearly 10 years, she started her own agronomy consulting business called Cronkite Ag Consulting Limited. 2023 marks the 9th year of Cronkite Ag. She works privately with growers in the counties of 40 Mile and Warner. Right on. Thanks. Let's welcome Jenny, please.
Thank you. Yeah, it was awesome to see. Back when I was in university, I worked for the County of Warner and Service Board for 2 summers on the spray crew. So it's awesome to see Jamie and Kathy are still here. They're really fun summers. So I'm really happy with how my talk today kind of ties into everyone who's spoken today. And it's kind of, it's almost like a little bit of a current snapshot, but with what we're seeing in regards to fertilizer prices, I'm like, holy crap, how can we afford to put this stuff down? So I titled my talk, looking past the end of your nose. And sometimes that's really hard to do in agriculture because, you know, we're running on fine margins. So it's not always easy to look 5 and 10 years out. So I'm gonna talk about long-term fertility planning and rotation planning a little more, not specifically, but that's also a big part of it is our rotation. So long-term fertility goals on your farm. How are you farming? Are you farming year to year? Are you going field by field? Are you looking, you know, at this year, what your goals are? You're looking 5 years out, 10 years out, you know, 50 years out. What are those goals? You know, a lot of guys have different goals depending on, well, it's rented land and I have a 2-year contract versus I own the land and, you know, I'm going to treat it a little differently. So those are some thoughts, but what I'm going to try to stick to here, the bullet points. Am I currently employing for nutrient stewardship on the farm? So Rob gave a nice introduction to some of the off-cap funding that's available for us. And like Rob said, you know, a lot of the growers I work with, they aren't eligible for some of this money because we've been doing the things. And it's actually been working well for us. So am I currently employing any of those 4R nutrient stewardship principles? What works, what doesn't work? And how can I not have knee-jerk reactions to fertilizer prices to maintain some of my long-term productivity goals? I'm going to kind of pick on phosphorus, and I'm really glad that Jack brought that up, because the trends that we're talking about are the trends that I'm seeing, and I'm a little bit worried about that. And soil sampling in general, I do it. I have a soil sampling truck with the sampler in the cab, and I hate it. I hate doing it. But yeah, I have a chauffeur that I bring along with me who speeds it up. But for soil sampling in general, how much gas is in your tank? You know, when's the last time you sampled, you know, some of these fields? It's hard to know if we're not checking that and bringing it into perspective. Am I missing the boat entirely if I'm not using a variable rate program? If I'm not variable rating, should I just not even bother soil sampling? It's, there's a lot of confusion out there in the marketplace. And then again, some of my thoughts on phosphate levels, and I'm gonna give you a sulfur example of one of my favorite growers in 40 Mile County he's committed to a long-term sulfur plan on his farm. So for our nutrient management, what is it? It's kind of a buzzword right now because we're hearing more of the off-cap funding that's out there. So it's using the right source, applying it at the right rate, the right time, and in the right place. And I think in the zero-till area, in our area, in 40 Mile County especially, I think we're doing a really, really good job of that. So it seems simple, right? The 4Rs, yeah. Is my farm already practicing 4R? So are you soil sampling? Are you using a nitrogen stabilizer and not spreading on top? If you are spreading on top, are you putting a stabilizer on there? If it's winter wheat or pasture ground, how are you managing that to hopefully get it to infiltrate? And Rob, I'm glad you're still here. You talk about the 5th R, that there should be a 5th R, right? And that's crop rotation. That's huge. Cropping history and diversity is extremely important when we're talking about any field. And let's not forget that everything we do from year to year, everything is interconnected for sure. So last night I was chatting with Brian Barris on the phone. He's one of our researchers at Agriculture Canada who does a lot of work. He's a phenomenal resource we have in Southern Alberta and I think in agronomy practices really wide. He actually sent me his presentation and said I could use whatever I wanted of it last night about 9:30 and that didn't quite work out. So I asked him if I could quote him. So something, I don't know, I find is that there's new products on the market all the time. There's, sometimes salespeople showing up at your farm. It's almost a revolving door. So I know for us on our farm, we've been a little bit skeptical about nitrogen stabilizers. We've had 30% ESN in our blend with our urea for years. It's just been something that we do. It's the handleability is easy, but then also the seed safety. But when we're talking specifically about nitrogen stabilizers, are they worth it? And in Southern Alberta, are they worth that investment, that extra money? So Brian Barris, actually, I saw him speak last fall at our wheat commission meeting in Lethbridge. And his work in Lethbridge has basically lined up with some global meta-analysis that they've done that yes, nitrogen stabilizers work. So check. Okay, they're not snake oil, right? Because there's so many products out there these days we don't know sometimes. So yes, they work, and they found a couple that actually give us higher yields. Now again, for Southern Alberta, will that pay for us 3 out of 5 years? If we're in irrigation management or we're in an irrigated situation, he said, yeah, hands down, put the stabilizer on because you will get a return on investment for sure. So that was interesting, was that, Brian and his team in Lethbridge, they've kind of proven that. So yes. And that's one of the questions that my growers and even I have as a farmer is, well, we're doing ESN, isn't that enough? So maybe we need to consider this a little more, and go back to the drawing board and say, okay, let's try some, right? So it's worth some consideration, that's for sure. So again, the price, let's work it back to the price. And Brian actually had some price breakdown in his presentation that he sent me, where yeah, we can start to look at that for the yield gain versus the price to put the stabilizer on. And a lot of the comments I've had on using a nitrogen stabilizer, well, we're in Southern Alberta, we're not losing, we're not the emitters of the nitrous oxide emissions. That's Quebec, that's Ontario, that's you irrigated guys, that's not us, right? Well, no, it's all of us, right? So we can still gain an efficient. So if we can put a stabilizer on and we can bump our yield, pay for the stabilizer, I think we all win. And something else actually that Ryan actually told me last night that I just wrote down here. So the government of Canada wants us to reduce our nitrous oxide emission levels by 30%. Cool. What they've seen is that using the stabilizers, in our rotation actually reduces nitrous oxide emissions by 30%. So he said it's like, it's easy. You know, if we do this, we can achieve those goals, you know, no problem. You know, the question becomes, okay, you know, Mr. Government, we've met your goals, then what are they gonna do to us? But, you know, anyways, that's hopefully a few years down the road then. But why does this even matter? I mean, nutrient cycling on our farms, I mean, it's dependent on moisture. Oh, that's often a limiting factor for us, right? Temperature, aeration, pH. Like Jack and Rob were talking about, it seems like every year I get a call, Jenny, there's a field, I can't figure it out. I don't know if it's root rot, I don't know if my friends have crop or fertilizer, there's something going on. And I've been starting to pay a little more attention to it the last couple of years. Acidity, you know, it's happening, and you know, you look at the field history and it's been farmed the longest, it's been farmed the heaviest. So yeah, but let's consider why 4R matters, why do all these things matter? You know, we want to reduce erosion, we want to manage our fertility properly, and we want to manage potential acidity problems. So fertilizer prices and on-farm planning, I'm going to, oops. I'm stuck.
See. So, there we go.
There we go. So when you're sitting down and generally, you know, a lot of times our folks are getting their urea, you know, trucked in July. But what is your starting point? How do you decide what are you putting down? Is it commodity prices? Is it how much moisture is in the soil? A lot of times it's how much cash is in the bank. You know, what can I afford to buy? So I just want you guys to think about is what is that starting point? And a plug, I guess, for soil sampling, the old saying, don't guess, soil test. I mean, that's been an old saying or a saying for a long time. Measuring that so that, okay, I plan to put down, you know, I'm going to put 120 pounds of urea down. Is that what? Is that not enough? You know, maybe I only need to be putting 40 pounds down. What is that starting point? And what about VR? I personally still do composite samples. If people want a variable rate package, I send them to the professionals that do it because that's totally out of my wheelhouse. You know, and there's some guys that didn't soil sample at all. They used me for a few years to get a handle on what they've got in their soil, and now they've kind of graduated to a variable rate program. I think that's awesome. I think doing something is better than nothing. And you know, the stats on soil sampling are, what did you say, Jack? 30%? You know, 30% of people are folks are soil sampling. Yeah, and that's my argument is it's cheap information, you know, to give you a starting point. And then are we blanket applying the same rate? You know, you have your cereal blend, you have your canola blend, you have, you know, a pulse blend. Possibly, are we blanket applying the same rate to every field? And there, I think, is some room for, you know, there's some low hanging fruit where, you know, if we're doing a soil sample, let's change that up and you know, increase our efficiencies where we, you know, we maybe need to cut back on some fields are good, or increase again on other fields. And then, yeah, I'm gonna give the example of phosphate, because what has it done? It's basically doubled in the last 5 years. Is it still around $1,200 a ton? I used 1,100 in my example coming up, but I was like, holy cow. So, you know, in 40 Mile, like we were very pulse dependent, you know, peas, lentils, chickpeas, where we've gotten into the habit of, we know that we get a yield bump and our crops aren't as susceptible to stress if we supplement with some phosphorus fertilizer. The last couple of years, we've seen guys completely cut that out of their program. And how long is that gonna get you? How long can you mine, those acres from phos? So I have a little 5-step circle that I sit down with my growers, usually in the fall, and we kind of go over. Let's not make it overcomplicate things. Let's keep it simple. So step 1, let's pull a soil sample. If land is new to you, or it's, you've been farming it for 40 years, let's pull a core, or pull a core, do a good sample on it and see what it comes back like. And then choosing the rate. You don't have to do what comes back as a target on the soil test result. You don't have to do what your agronomist says. You don't have to do what it's choosing a rate that, is adjustable. So then, estimate the cost. What is that gonna cost you? I know guys using, started to put sulfur in their, we really saw a definite crop response. And then sulfur got too expensive, and so we cut it out. It's one of those things. So estimate that cost. What is that gonna cost you per acre, not per ton? Putting it down through the drill, what will that cost you? And then obviously we look at the cash flow and we look at the bank account, and sometimes we have to readjust that rate, right? Based on commodity prices. What are we doing? And then what I usually like to do is to do an estimate. What did that field yield at the end of the year? What did you pull off of that field? And then we start again. So I'm going to give an awesome example of 2 fields that a grower that I work for they've farmed the land for the last 26 years. And it's been pretty much the same rotation. They were really cereal heavy for a while, and then they started to bring pulses in, and canola has been in the rotation. So the field on the right, in the 0 to 6 inch depth, showed 15 pounds of nitrogen, and 6 to 24, another 15 pounds of nitrogen. So they were planning to grow canola the next year. And their target blend, for all of the above reasons, they were going with a 60-25 blend. So, okay, we put in our crop estimate for the results, as a 40 bushel canola crop. Canola will easily use 2 to 3 pounds of nitrogen per bushel produced. So I use 2.5 just to be easy. So, okay, 100 pounds of nitrogen. So we're putting 60 down, and we have, like, at the very most, because I mean, not all the nitrogen that shows up on a soil test is going to be available. And I'm not accounting for any mineralization from our organic matter to try and make things easy here, but okay, so we're putting 100 pounds down, or we're gonna need 100 pounds if we get a 40 bushel crop. Let's just be optimistic and pretend that we get the 40 bushels of canola. We're gonna draw that down, and we're gonna, will we see some deficiencies there? So the field on the left, 0 to 6 has is showing 29 pounds of nitrogen, and then 6 to 24 inch, another 44 pounds of nitrogen. So there, will probably be okay. So this was shocking to the grower. He said, Jenny, he said, we've been farming these 2 fields the same forever, and he said, I'm so glad that we checked this. So what they did is, they went in, and it was really dry when they were seeding. So they tweaked everything down a little bit. But what they did is on the field that had more nitrogen, they bumped the pounds down. And then on the field that was a little more deficient, they bumped it up, to be seed safe. But, and at the end of the day, do we need all our fields to be even? Do we need them all to have 25 pounds of nitrogen at the end of the year and 30 pounds of phos at the end of the year? No, but it's just knowing what you're doing, right? And knowing what is going on in that soil. So that was kind of a cool find anyway. So to elaborate or to follow up on Jack's points too, I hear a lot from growers, well, my phos levels are good. I've been putting 20 pounds down, you know, for the past 20 years and I don't have a floss product. When's the last time you saw that? You know, and it's not to be cheeky because what I find is if I'm to make one generalization about phos levels in our fields is that we're at the critical limit to low. You know, I don't see a lot of fields that are above our critical limit. You know, and so often phos is the limiting factor if we're to generalize anything. And I was taught 20 to 25 pounds in the soil is kind of that critical limit. The Alberta Pulse Growers says 27 pounds is where you'll see a crop response if you add phos. But it just goes to show you, you know, rotation and fertility history. You know, we in a big way the last 20 years have brought pulses into the rotation where, you know, their roots are really good at mining phos out of the soil. So it's one of those things where, you know, let's just take a look, you know, and get someone out there to do a good job at soil sampling and see what that is. Because those levels, like I say, if I'm to generalize one thing is that we are low, you know, we're below that critical limit for sure. So yeah, here's a little easy math I did on our 1152 prices. So in 2019, we did a phosphate rate trial with the Alberta Pulse Growers in their plot to field trial. And we didn't think we were going to do it. It was March and it was late. So we bought the phos at $6.45 a ton and we're like, holy cow, that's, you know, we're not going to be able to make any money on it. And yeah, for an example, for right now, I used 1,100, but you guys are saying it's 1,200 a ton. So something I like to do when I'm sitting down and planning fertility plans with my growers is, okay, let's hide the per ton price under a book and let's not look at it. You know, let's work it out per acre. You know, what are you putting down per acre? So 2019 at $6.75 a ton. Some of the strips we put down 40 pounds of product down. That would have cost us $13.95 an acre. Okay. So bump that forward this year at 1,100 a ton, 45 pounds is gonna all of a sudden cost us $22.50. Well, of course I'm gonna cut that out. That's ridiculous, right? But looking at my soil sample, you know, at my test results, I need phos. You know, I can't keep mining that further down. So what if we bumped it down 30 pounds of product? You know, because farming, no one's doing it perfectly. You know, no one's got the crystal ball and, you know, all the, you know, praying to the rain gods, you know, hey, you know, come over here. So if we bump that rate down to 30 pounds, it's $15 an acre. So we're $1 more an acre than we were in 2019. And crop prices are pretty good. I think we could swing that, you know, and it's not perfect, but it's something. You know, because the sticker shock of some of those per ton prices is like, holy cow, how can we get any further? You know, like how high can phos go? You know, we thought in 2019 at $6.75, you know, like, wow, that's ridiculous. You know, and look what it's done since then. Yeah. So that was and also my little plug for our crop commissions and the field scale randomized replicated trials that they're doing. Our farm has been part of it a couple times in the last 2 years. We're doing a lentil trial this year. But that's a way, you know, they're doing sites across Southern Alberta. Like Rob, I think you manage quite a few. And it's a way to get, you know, another way to get data and slave labor out of your children. So anyway, but I hope that that's something, you know, that you can think of is that per ton price is like, okay, what does this work out to? And instead of cutting something completely, maybe let's just trim it a little bit. Because we still need it long term, and it's going back to, you know, looking past the end of our nose. You know, are we farming for this year? Are we farming for 5 years? Are we farming 30 years? You know, what's our goal here? So yeah, one of my favorite growers in the 40 Mile County I really like what he's been doing with sulfur, and, sulfur is pretty hard to measure on a field. I can take ore here and get, 20 pounds in the soil, and I can go, 20 feet over here and get 600 pounds in soil. So a soil sample or a test result, sometimes, oh, I have 300 pounds of sulfur in the soil, I'm good, I don't need to do this. But this grower, he committed to growing quarter to a third of his acres every year. He's been moving canola in, he's got problems with Aphanomyces and wireworms, so he was concerned about that a little bit, so he said, okay, I really need to commit to, having a regular amount of canola in my rotation. He is one grower, he really doesn't like the salt content in all our fertilizers. So he has been, the last 12 years, he keeps 5 pounds of sulfate fertilizer in his cereal and his canola blend. He just has it in there. But then what he's doing is he buys a Super V load of Tiger 90 elemental sulfur, and he's spreading it on a third of his acres each year. So the year he has canola, he cuts the canola, he's putting the Tiger 90 down, so that, because it is one of those, it's a biological thing that we're relying on Mother Nature to break that sulfur down into sulfate to become available. So it's a long-term gain depending on our freeze-thaw cycle, for availability. So he's spreading enough Tiger 90, he says he's just getting around 50 pounds of sulfur per acre. So he's doing that, and he's been doing that the last 12 years also. So he's hoping that long-term, he's got sulfur. And he said, Jenny, I don't think I'm doing enough. And maybe he's gonna look at increasing his sulfate in his blend a little bit more. But that's something that I think, he's been really proactive at doing, and he is lucky. Most of the land he farms is quite flat, because some of our land, it's like, well, that's all gonna wash downhill, right? But a lot of the land that he farms is quite flat. So I thought, you know what, that's pretty cool. Tiger 90, you're not loading the soil up with salt. He's still supplementing a little bit, every year with whether it's cereal or a canola. He skips a year when he does his pulse. But it's about long-term goals. And he said that to me once. He said, when you can't do it all, do what you can, right? Because yeah, no one's doing it perfectly out there. There's so many things going on, that you need to be an expert in this and an expert on that. And yeah, there's enough other stuff you need to worry about on a day-to-day basis. So, questions to take away, or I guess, are we having a test at the end of the day?
Apparently I am, I guess. I don't know.
So an easy place to start, am I soil sampling regularly? What do I know what is going on in my soil? Do I have those problem fields where it's like, gee, I don't know what's going on, am I soil sampling regularly? Do you know what you're working with? I've seen quite a bit of burning in my day, on some of these fields where we're going for an 80 bushel durum crop, and so we fertilize accordingly and we get 25 bushel durum crop. Are we burning our crops? Or are we running short every year? Are we losing out on potential bushels that could have been there? And are you comfortable, if you are soil sampling, are you comfortable with your residual numbers? Are you comfortable with the phos levels in your soil, the nitrogen levels? It's a tough battle. I know some guys that farm, they do year-to-year contracts on some of this rented land. So that's a tough one. But your own land, what's the long-term goal here? And I just really want to caution, when we have that knee-jerk reaction to increase in prices, and I say that, I can say that because I'm not paying the bill for fertilizer. But you know what I mean, is it okay to cut something completely from your operation? You know, without seeing a yield count, can you get away with that for a year, 2 years, 5 years? I don't know. And if you're not soil testing and you don't know what numbers you're working with, you know, how long can we do that? And should we be looking at nitrogen stabilizers more, not just ESN? You know, for us, for a long time, we were like, yeah, we're doing a really good job. We use ESN and that's, you know, and all the rest of it. So that's something on our farm we're trying this year is the stabilizer and the ESN to see. Brian says maybe, you know, for 40 Mile County, 3 out of 5 years it might pay. But it's something, if we don't try, we'll never know. So we're gonna take a look at that. And I think it's definitely worth some consideration, especially, you know, if you're irrigated or you're in an area where you get a little bit more rain. Yeah, and government regulations aside, Brian's work has shown that, you know, that it's not just the nitrous oxide. Yes, we're doing that, but we are getting a yield bump. So, I mean, it's worth it. And what are your productivity goals? So what do you want to do this year? What do you want to be doing in 5 years? What do you want to be doing in 10 years? Just keeping those questions in the back of your mind, I think is what I would try to encourage anyway, because yeah, I've got a picture of me scouting some winter wheat and last spring, like it came up beautifully and it was amazing. And it wasn't raining and it wasn't raining and it wasn't raining and I was sitting in the field and I was like, okay, you know, it's up and it's hopefully, we're gonna have ground cover before we have to write this crop off. You know, because we've got enough other things going on, besides fertility management, you know, gophers, wireworms, all the other things. So if we can tune in our fertility program, it'll pay us dividends. So with that, thanks everyone.
I think for the, we could take a couple questions. Is that okay, Jenny?
Sure.
Okay. Questions, guys? Folks? No questions?
With the fertilizer burn there, you're thinking maybe with the side band, with the side banding, we're just it's kind of getting some ammonium burn. Would you burn with the side band on some of the situations there?
Yeah, I think so, is what I see. You know, when it's mostly those kind of eroded, you know, knolls. They're not even, like, wouldn't even call it a hill. But on some of those where it's dry, you know, and it's been, you know, like 100 pounds of nitrogen. We're putting down 100 pounds of, excuse me, of urea, and it's dry, you know. So it's, yeah. Yep. Yeah. Good. Thanks, everyone.
We'll get Ross up and we'll get right away. He's on the ski hill in Fernie, or maybe not skiing right now, but he will be joining us from his condo. So. I wasn't sure if I had to go back into Zoom and.
Have you had it running?
I did have it running.
Which meeting?
You know, that's what I think I did wrong. So